Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, December 15th, 2021. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, citizen input for items that are not on the agenda. So I do have, there's a voicemail regarding support for the Terrebonne sewer effort and showing support for Deschutes County's investment in that. So that was one, it was a voicemail on our system. Is there anybody with a raised hand feature online possibly, or a phone number we don't recognize, looking to testify? Okay.
There was a news story on the proposed the site we're exploring out on Highway 20 last night, but I believe that it told people that the item was at 1:30. So we've heard from people who want to give citizen input on that, although it's on the agenda, and but there very well may be people who want to show up and give citizen input on that at 1:30 as opposed to now.
Yeah, so you're referring to our agenda item about the specific parcel. So I would say that that's not a public hearing, and it's a good discussion we can have. It's not a public hearing on the matter. We're going to lay out facts. We do have, and we can acknowledge, we've got a lot of public input on this, so, and I don't mind that. I mean, this is good. It's a community conversation. But I don't know that I see that as a public hearing of any sort, because people are going to...
Yeah, no, I mean, we have our procedures, but I just wanted to highlight that there may be people who are not here right now who are going to be here and who want to talk about that. So we'll take a moment and discuss it again at the beginning of that, maybe the start of our 1 o'clock session and the beginning of that agenda item, just like we're talking now, because we definitely got emails and voicemails on that topic. Yes.
Okay. Good. At this time, seeing nothing else, motion for consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
So we'll acknowledge about every road district in the county has an appointment letter on here, or a thank you letter associated with it, and one set of minutes. So there's 16 items on the consent agenda today. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay. For action items, today is item 17, a public hearing on housekeeping amendments for 2021. This is Deschutes County Code housekeeping amendments.
It is indeed. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner. If you'll give me 1 second, I'm going to pull up a presentation here.
So we haven't done this in a while, but yeah, there's the hybrid meeting, video, public hearing, all kinds of interesting stuff. So you got a whole list of things to say here.
Yeah, there's a whole preamble here.
Yep.
So we can go ahead and kick it off. So this is the time and place set for a hearing on file number 247-21-000-862-TA concerning amendments to the Deschutes County Code to clarify existing standards and procedural requirements, incorporate changes to state law, and correct Scrivener's errors. The Board of County Commissioners, otherwise known as the Board, will hear oral testimony, receive any written testimony, and consider testimony submitted at this hearing. The hearing is also being recorded. The Board may elect to make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. And the hearing will be conducted in the following order. The staff, in this case also the applicant, will give a report on the proposal. We will then open the hearing to all present and ask people to present testimony. You may also provide the Board with a copy of any written testimony. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion, but cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. And the chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for a conflict of interest, and this challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. and should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. Note that this hearing will also be conducted using Zoom, and following specific Zoom procedures, we will ask if any members of the board need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest. And with that, I'll go into the actual specifics of the Zoom hearing procedures. So please note that Zoom participants are either panelists or attendees. Panelists are on video, and attendees can view panelists. At the start of the hearing, all microphones will be muted to prevent audio feedback. At the beginning of the hearing, the panelists will be the commission and county staff only, and attendees will just be the general public. County staff will present its report and answer any questions from the board, and then we'll move into general public testimony. Please note that there is no sign-in sheet for remote testimony, and so whether in person or remote, at the beginning of that testimony, please provide your name and mailing address. In addition, please clearly state any procedural objections you may have, if any at all, to the hearings process as part of this testimony. Next, the chair will accept public testimony in the following order. Firstly, attendees participating by attending in person, then attendees participating by computer, and finally, attendees participating by telephone. For computer attendees, they'll be elevated from attendee status to panelists, and their audio will be unmuted. They'll provide that testimony and then be returned to attendee status, and their audio will be muted. The next person is then selected, and that process repeats until all those participating by computer have testified. Following that, we'll go into telephone attendees. The last 4 digits of an attendee's phone number will be announced. That announced individual will be elevated to panelists and answer whether or not they wish to provide any testimony. If not, they'll be returned back to attendee status and their audio muted. And if yes, they will provide that testimony and then be returned to attendee status. The next person is selected with the last 4 digits of a telephone number, and again, that process repeats until all those participating by telephone have testified. And if requested by any members of the board, staff will provide closing comments. And at this time, I'll ask members of the board if they need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature and same of whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose, and I believe we can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose, and I believe we can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose. So this is a legislative matter, very low key on this one, but yeah, these are the procedures just in case. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner at this time based on conflicts of interest? Do we have anybody online?
Okay. So as no challenges are presented, prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? And this, once again, this is acknowledging that we are doing our best, very, very procedural with a in-person and remote opportunity for testimony.
Absolutely. And one thing before I launch into my staff report and presentation here that I'll put forward to the board to decide, rather than actually going into the full detail as we did in the board's work session last week and all of the individual amendments, I have kind of a summarized presentation here just for the sake of expeditiousness. But if there are any members of the public, I can certainly go through the full scope of all the amendments again. And so if the board is open to this, maybe we can ask if anyone wants to provide testimony today or any comments. And if not, I can proceed with the summarized version. Otherwise, I can go into the full version again.
Great. So the hearing is now open on this topic, and staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Does it seem as if we have any members of the public that want to participate? Okay. So as the commission has already pointed out, this is a series of housekeeping amendments, and their purpose primarily is to correct, as we stated, Scrivener's errors and cross-reference errors, to reinstate any omissions that have been left out of our county code, and then finally to reflect any major updates to state law that need to be incorporated at a local level. The big impact here is that it provides a clearer, more concise code that reflects modern practices and current state statutes and administrative rules. What you can see on the screen here is a full list of all the code chapters that are actually being affected by the proposed amendments. As I said earlier, I won't go through any of these in full detail, except to point out that just before this hearing, about 5 minutes before, we did receive one written comment on one of the Title 22 amendments. Just to clarify, I'll point out this is in relation to Chapter 2224, which deals with our land use action hearings, and the portion of code that's being amended here is DCC 2224-030 subsection D, and we're changing that code to match the state requirements of ORS 197-736 subsection 6. It just relates to how open record periods are processed during quasi-judicial land use proceedings. I believe the comment that was received wanted to ensure that we actually were matching state law. I just want to point out on the record here today that that is the purpose of that particular amendment. So it just clarifies what the open record period, concluding any public hearing on a quasi-judicial matter, corresponds to a land use action clock and some other requirements.
So Kyle, and I followed the explanation of that, but that's not even in here because it's so minor and, basically just complying with state law.
That's correct. The Planning Commission also held a public hearing on this matter on November 18th, a couple weeks ago, and following deliberations on that same date, all members of the Planning Commission recommended approval of these proposed amendments. And with that, I'll just go to next steps. So the board has a few options here. They can continue the hearing to a date certain. They can close the hearing and leave the written record open for a period of time to a date certain, or they can close the hearing and commence deliberations today.
Well, so let's take a moment and acknowledge, this is the public hearing on this matter. Is there any other testimony? Anybody interested in testifying in the room or online? Oh, there may be, okay. Okay, good. Okay, we're going to bring somebody in to the Zoom. Oh, okay. So I see the name says Jim Guildhair, but I recognize this person as Nunzi. So, okay. And
Looks like Nunzi's frozen.
so there was a request to testify. As I say, the Jim Guild / Nunzi person has kind of locked up. Okay, so let's see if she's available to hear, maybe reconnecting or trying that again. So Randy Scheid is our building official joining us. Thank you very much. There was a question I had, just to remember there was the National Fire Code, and I just asked about it, so I don't know if nobody's come to us otherwise, but yeah, Randy, do you have any comments on that?
I didn't. I believe this is simple housekeeping to have the fire code in Deschutes County update automatically without having to apply all of our time to get it to update every 3 years. The fire code is promulgated through the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office and adopted through that process. Since we had originally put it in Title 15 for buildings, Building Codes Division has taken out the new provisions of the fire code, which we administer during construction, and put them in Appendix N of our building code. So we no longer have to purchase 2 books to conduct our commercial plan reviews. We can purchase the OSSC, the Oregon Structural Specialty Code, and Appendix N contains the vast majority of the fire code, which are new construction provisions which we administer.
Okay, so as I say, it was just a question out to the community if there was anybody interested, and thank you very much for being up to speed on that. Sounds like, yeah, any federal, fire code gets reviewed at the state level, and then it would be applied locally. So,
Yes, and just like when Building Codes Division amends the structural code, the fire code committees invite building officials, myself included, to participate in any of these, amendments to the nationally promulgated code.
good. Well, good information to understanding that process a little bit more. So do we have a reconnection possibly by a request to testify? And did she have a raise hand feature? So she was really we assume she was trying to testify instead of just dialing in to follow this. As I say now, man, we're sure trying. Okay, good.
Should she call in?
Well, it looks like we may have a connection here, so welcome. Nunzi, you're available for testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Super. Thank you for the opportunity. I have comments on 2 of your text amendments. I sent those comments in just before 9 o'clock today. And basically, in a nutshell, I don't see why we're creating new regulations instead of just copying what's in state law on the text amendment. Did you each receive my email that I sent today?
I have not.
Okay.
Well, and is that what you're referring to?
I believe so, yes. It was
Kyle just mentioned it.
a few minutes before the hearing, I acknowledged to the board a written comment that was received from.
Okay, so yeah, written comments in the record and received by staff. As I say, we've got other topics, so I didn't get to an email that would have been sent just recently.
Okay, so just a couple comment.
Uh-oh.
He's just unplugged her.
Somebody just unplugged her.
As board members, you are actually the hearings body for land use decisions. And I recognize that right now you're not taking that active role, and neither is the Planning Commission. But were you to take that active role, you would be knee-deep in Excella and the land use records and trying to navigate in the face of Zoom in the pandemic time. And I don't think that the county should be creating its own set of rules. I think it should be adopting what's in state law. And so my comments outline specifically the state law that pertains to the DCC 22-24-130 that you're trying to amend. And I would suggest that you keep it tracking state law under 197-763 in parentheses 6, A, B, C, and D, and E. And those are pretty simple. It says that the 7-7 rule should automatically extend the requisite decision-making clock, for example, the typical 150-day clock, by 21 days. So if the goal of land use is citizen involvement and public comment, I don't see why we're not adopting what's in state law now, why we're trying to make it even more cumbersome or even more specific for our staff. The other comment I would like to make, and in my email I detailed those so you can read through them to understand those. Also, under the recommendation for DCC 22.32.015, I recommend that that not be amended. Again, the goal is to have citizen involvement. Allowing people to continue in a full day's time to be making submittal is important and cutting that time short does a disservice to public comment. So again, I really encourage you to understand the limitations. The program that the county has adopted on Excella was built for the building platform, and it functions really quite poorly for the land use planning platform. And uploading documentation is an opportunity for the public to see what's submitted in these timelines. And I think I hit the 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that generally worked pretty well. I mean, yeah, so we're trying. So at this time, I want to thank you very much for your testimony. And is there anyone else in Zoom or online for this? Okay, so that was our testimony provided remotely today. So it was acknowledged that this email, and it was explained to us now. So is there any other kind of feedback or analysis to that? I mean, I guess now we're in a spot where we're not seeing the paper that she's referring to.
Yeah, I can point out a couple different things. One thing to address why specifically the exact verbatim language from state law isn't being pulled into our code. Occasionally that's available to us. It depends on the individual section of code, but given the way Deschutes County's local code and really all local jurisdictions codes are written, sometimes it does require specific tailoring just to match mostly formatting issues ultimately and specific organizational categories. And so some of that is partially, I believe, what Ms. Gould was referring to in terms of why isn't it just a verbatim sort of cut and paste version of that.
Or reference back, just reference something else.
Correct. A secondary thing that I'll call out here is in relation to this is not the only section of our land use code that deals with quasi-judicial hearings that needs to be amended. This just happens to be one that we had enough capacity to get to in this particular series of housekeeping amendments. So we acknowledge that our local code, as it deals with specifically the open record period and quasi-judicial proceedings, has over time come out of alignment with state law, and this is our step towards getting everything back in line. However, it is important to note that when there is a state statute involved, that is ultimately the rule that governs. So regardless of what it says in our local code, if there's a state statute that says something different, that is what supersedes our local rule in that regards. So this is one step in the direction of trying to have everything in alignment with the applicable state rules. In regards to the office hour piece, what Ms. Gould called out as DCC 2224-130, note that this is our attempt to follow board direction regarding our public office hours at our main CDD office. We've been directed to start closing our doors at 4 p.m. rather than the standard 5 p.m. that it's been for many years, basically just to provide staff with enough time to respond to customer inquiries, which have increased more or less exponentially over the last few years. And so this particular amendment really is just intended to align the land use appeals process with those new operating hours. Right now we're in kind of an interim period where our doors are still open at this present time to land use appeals that may come in to up through the 5 p.m. Timeline. If the board wishes to change that direction in some way, that's obviously up to their discretion.
Well, yeah, so,
And just to clarify something about that 4 p.m. door closure, if someone comes in the door at 3:59 and wants to unpack something for the next hour, they're in and you're working with them for the next hour. It's the 4 p.m. closure is to allow time for staff to complete that work with people who come in before 4 p.m.
That's
Is that correct?
and that could happen at 4:59 too, and currently, and you end up there until 6 o'clock. So, yeah, I mean, I understand that situation also. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I just want to acknowledge that when we acknowledge board direction, this has really been a respectful request of the Community Development Department and conversations that have been in the works for some time. And so the board has acknowledged this opportunity to close doors at 4 o'clock. In response to Ms. Gould's concern about this is maybe an infringement on Goal 1 and citizen involvement, I would just acknowledge that many local government offices are closed at lunch from 12 to 1. We are not. Many local government offices close in the afternoon. And in our case, we're adjusting just the afternoon hour from 4 to 5. And Commissioner Chang's point is well taken and worth reemphasizing that if one comes in at 3:50 and they have a land use application or they have building plans that need to be evaluated, they get to work with our staff once the doors are locked to complete that communication or that requisite coordination. So on behalf of the Community Development Department, I just want to express appreciation for the board's consideration of the 4 o'clock closing of the doors, because it does give staff additional time, in an uninterrupted fashion to follow up with customer questions and inquiries. And as our chair participated this morning in a quarterly meeting with our entire department, I think it's worth mentioning, for those that aren't tracking this, the Community Development Department has issued over 10,000 building permits this year. 10,000. We have record development activity, and an hour of locked doors from 4 to 5 can allow our staff to follow up with customers on multiple fronts in ways that, when the offices are open from 4 to 5, you're just multitasking in other ways. So thank you for that support, and I know on behalf of staff, we greatly appreciate it.
Well, and I'll just acknowledge, the culture of being able to, get in there, access, get a response is wonderful. And it's being overwhelmed sometimes still, because I still get a call. Well, I left them a message, and everybody's very professional, and it is high throughput operation, and it comes in waves. Sometimes you can't be on top of it. Other times it's just amazing, the response and professionalism. So thank you very much to the whole staff for doing what you do on that, obviously.
Can I just, pulling up to the 90,000 foot level, in Ms. Gould's comments, I heard concerns about opportunities for public engagement and public input, and transparency. And so, just kind of at the broad level, Peter, are there, is there anything that you would like to say to kind of convey that, we take, public engagement, transparency, opportunities for public input very seriously, and, and we're making sure to protect those?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Certainly, the Oregon land use system affords members of the public, neighbors, to engage in quasi-judicial processes. And Ms. Gould is well aware of that herself. She's an active participant in several files. And so there's notices of application, there's notices of public hearing, there's publications in our newspaper. We are working through the imperfections of Acela. We're creating customized websites that will contain the record in a very organized and accessible fashion. We know that we can always adapt and look at ways to convey land use matters for the general public, and we are committed to doing so. On the legislative front, I think we have a demonstrated history of ensuring that through our planning commission and through our board of county commissioners, that there's active opportunities to participate. So, one is never finished with the task. We constantly look at ways to improve because our county is changing and people are engaged, and it's what makes this community so vital. So I'm very proud of what we're doing, and we will continue to make great strides to ensure that the community understands the land use activity that's occurring in Deschutes County.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay, so this has been a public hearing on the matter. Seeing no other testimony, we'll close the public hearing portion of this. This is housekeeping amendments for 2021, and we do have opportunity to either, hold over for more input, deliberate now or deliberate in the near future. We do have the testimony that was just discussed. Any thoughts?
I noticed that the last time we adopted housekeeping was in July of 2020. So it's been almost a year and a half, and I know we don't want to get out of touch with what the state is doing, and I feel like it's important that we go ahead with what we've
So
been
deliberations
presented.
towards.
Yes.
Yeah, ready to proceed.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so at this time, deliberations on this package. So Commissioner Dare, I think, your thoughts are towards that path, and I'm supportive also. I mean, it's a package, not real controversial, a little bit of discussion about it. And it was mentioned in going into this that there's other pieces that are coming down in the future.
Correct. It just, it seems like it makes sense. I don't see anything really jumping out at us, but definitely there's always small things that need to be taken care of. And then the fact that, the fire code will automatically update, and I think that's probably excellent for Deschutes County considering our fire vulnerability here. So hopefully we can go ahead with that.
Great. Any other deliberation comments?
Now, we're trying to catch minor errors. We're trying to stay in alignment with state law. We're just cleaning up here.
Okay, well, so if we're ready to proceed, I think we could first reading on these.
Remember, there's two separate ordinances, and the one is, the request was an emergency.
Oh, yep, okay.
Align those hours. That's, I believe, 2014.
Yeah, so
014 is the ordinance number on that one, 2021. So you might want to obviously take those up separately, but that one would require unanimity and indicates a emergency with an effective date of January 3, 2022.
yeah, so very end of the packet, about 3 or 4 pages back, is the 14 one, which is by emergency.
Okay, so should we pass 14 first then?
Well, just acknowledging where they're at.
Yeah, either one, 13, 14, the sequence isn't important.
Okay.
So ordinance 13 by title only, if there's a motion.
I move we pass ordinance number 2021-013 by title only.
It's first reading.
Yep.
First reading?
Second.
Okay, so do we call for it or read it? No,
You would
vote.
go ahead and call
Yeah.
for it and then read it.
Yeah, okay, so first reading by title only, so Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. So we haven't done this in a while.
You're done.
So this is first reading of ordinance number 2021-013, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 15, Building and Construction, Title 17, Subdivisions, Title 18, Zoning Ordinance, Title 19, Urban Area Zoning Ordinance, and Title 22, Procedures Ordinance to incorporate changes to state and federal law and provide clarification of existing regulations, procedures, and policies. Second reading will be 2 weeks from now.
2 or 3.
At least 2 weeks from now.
Sometime in the new year, yeah.
Okay, so then, as I say, the other subset of this, and we had a good discussion about hours on this.
Right, so 2021-014, the motion would be first and second reading with an emergency effective date of January 3rd.
I move we pass ordinance number 2021-014, first and second reading by emergency with the applicable date to be into law January 3rd, 2022,
And that's by title.
by title only.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. So this will be first reading of ordinance number 2021-014, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code, Title 22, Procedures Ordinance to provide clarification of existing regulations, procedures, and policies. At this time, a second reading of ordinance number 2021-014, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 22 Procedures Ordinance to provide clarification of existing regulations, procedures, and policies.
And now you need a motion of adoption.
Motion of adoption effective January 3rd.
So I move adoption of ordinance number 2021-014, effective January 3rd, 2022. Is that all that there is to that
Yeah,
motion?
that's perfect.
I second the motion.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Okay, we've completed the package today.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
(9:35). We'll just acknowledge that we estimated 9:35 and it's exactly 9:35.
Well, you were good.
Item 18, consideration of board approval and chair signature of document for behavioral health funding.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Janice Garceau, Director of Deschutes County Behavioral Health. And I'm here with my colleague, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Cheryl Smallman, Business Officer for Health Services.
And this morning, Commissioners, we're here to request board approval and chair signature on the OHA document number 2021-972, which in effect is the very large County Financial Assistance Award contract, which we receive, we receive many versions of, but we receive this large comprehensive one biennially. These are dollars from the Oregon Health Authority that help to fund services to individuals in the behavioral health lane. And that can cover services to individuals who don't have OHP or Medicaid reimbursement available to them. So some of these funds help support services to low-income indigent persons without other resources. And then these service elements also support a number of special projects or endeavors that have been implemented over the years to help folks struggling with mental health and substance use conditions. So examples would be dollars that help support our aid and assist interventions, dollars that help support our crisis array, dollars that help specifically support the Early Assessment and Support Alliance for youth and young adults who are experiencing a first episode psychosis. The total amount represented is $5,537,849, and I believe that is the annualized amount. Cheryl, am I correct? And I will pause there to see if you have, one last piece. We do conduct a review. I typically have my managers who are associated with some of these special projects do a review of the tracked edits version of this very large contract. I review it. There are some changes this year. They are not substantive. They're mostly just mechanics and changing where dollars flow into and out of. The one change that was notable is having youth crisis services now respond to individuals up to the age of 21 versus up to the age of 18, just to capture that young adult population better. That is the size of it.
Great.
Cheryl, do you know the amount that we were awarded for this relatively identical contract last year?
Look that up.
Thank you.
Janice, did you say that this was a biennial event, or is this
Well,
something we
it's
do?
incredibly complicated. The funding is biennial, so this represents the 21-23 biennial planned expenditures. However, as you are aware, the OHA has moved to a calendar year process for contracting. And so we are frequently getting these dollars, information about these dollars and updates to the contract in 6-month increments, especially right now because we started the biennium. We're funded technically through December 30th, 2021, and then we'll have an annualized contract beginning January 1 through that calendar year. So it's we're not fans of this model. We weren't asked. We're living with it, but it makes for complicated budgeting.
I am looking at, I'm going to have to research that and get back to you. And that's part of complicated budgeting that we have. This
That's
is,
just what I thought.
contract is broken up into 6-month increments. So I'm going to have to just add that up and send that to you.
Thanks, Cheryl. That's exactly what I thought. I just was curious if, the first 6 months were a different amount, has it actually increased? And if so, how much? So thank you.
And then the elements themselves, each little sub-project, and then how much of those change. So yeah, it could be really tricky to compare over time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I can tell you, we do track it on our fiscal year, and the difference is about $100,000 less than last fiscal year.
Okay, 100,000 less, huh? Okay, thank you.
Could I also ask, kind of another big picture question, Janice? So the elements of this agreement were pretty extensive, and I was trying to get a sense of whether this agreement, the elements of this agreement, touch all areas of work within behavioral health, or whether there's going to be, another one. There's another large OHA agreement that touches a whole bunch of other programs within behavioral health. Like, is this kind of addressing the full scope of our work at behavioral health?
Well, yes, in general, I would say that we are not expecting another large agreement. This is the big, large agreement with the OHA. It does cover much of the span of our services. So you'll see that there's a service element for administrative cost, service elements for crisis, for jail diversion, for youth and adult kinds of services, rental assistance, peer support services, the mental health block grants, which is service element 20, cover many of the things we provide across all our various programs. So I would say that there is a footprint in every service we offer that has some roots in some of these service element funded projects. It is certainly not covering all of our costs, but that's because these are intended to complement and make up for areas where we may not be able to cover costs through simple Medicaid billing.
Great, thanks.
So this is a final OHA agreement with our document number. Is there any other discussion, or is there a motion?
One other question I have. I was pleased to see, looking through the elements of this agreement, I was excited to see all of the elements that relate to substance use disorder treatment, and that the state is making a big investment in this work, and it is a really important piece of the work that we do at behavioral health. And I just thought this would be a great opportunity to ask the behavioral health division to kind of lay out for us a little bit, or explain how we know we're making progress, or how do we I think it's when we're talking about this big of an investment of funds and staff time, people want to know that it's working. So how do we know that treatment is effective?
So nearly every funding entity asks us to track certain outcomes. In addition, the way that our OHP contract is structured, there's a requirement that communities track certain high-level health benchmarks, which we refer to as QIMs, or quality incentive measures. So we track outcomes at the high level in the community related to things like population health. In the behavioral health lane, that would be things like how quickly do we follow up after a Sageview discharge for inpatient psychiatrically and connect that individual with services, or how much are we impacting the flow of individuals with mental health disorders to the emergency department? Are we keeping those numbers down? Those are just a couple of examples. Internally to the department, because we're a certified community behavioral health clinic and we've had the expansion grant, which has allowed us to focus specifically on outcomes, we look at things that we know from the literature and from research are connected to healthcare costs. For example, we know that people with untreated depression that's poorly managed tend to have poor outcomes managing their chronic health conditions. So we track whether or not we're having an impact on depression with a evidence-based tool. We track, so an example is this year we saw a decline in depression scores. Actually, the last 3 years of our Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic grant, we saw a decline in depression scores that was not at our target, but awfully darned close. We're getting close to the target. We saw 25% of the people that we were serving leave stage 1 hypertension and return to normal hypertension. We saw 50% of people at stage 2 hypertension. This was a smaller subgroup that we were measuring, no longer have stage 2 hypertension. We increased our clients' connection to a primary care provider from 40-some% to 83%, so that we really are measuring that our involvement with them helps them stay connected to a healthcare provider. We saw declines in any nights homeless. We saw declines in visits to the hospital for a mental health condition. We saw declines in ED visits. So we do look at outcomes and whether or not we're making a difference. The caveat I would have is every single one of the outcomes we track is workload that is not providing the actual service. So we're working very closely with our state legislators right now to examine the amount of administrative burden that is the result of having multiple funding streams, all with their own tracking data and outcome requirements, often never having spoken with each other or communicated. And that can result in hours and hours and hours and hours of data analytics and documentation time and data tracking. Our hope is to get to a better place and track some large-scale outcomes that everyone agrees are meaningful and really limit the widget counting that occurs and costs money, frankly, money that we'd rather spend on people who are struggling. Sorry for the long answer.
Janice, can you give us an exact number on the declines in ED visits from the prior year?
I can give you a percentage, not an exact number. The percentage, and again, Commissioner, remember, this was the smaller subset of people that we were tracking very closely as part of the expansion grant. So we went from 13% of the population having had an ED visit within the last 30 days to 2%. So that was an 11% decline in having gone to the ED for any reason for that group of people that we were tracking. And then for being hospitalized with a mental health diagnosis, we went from 13% of the folks we were looking at to 7%. So we reduced that number by half.
So those are great examples of the kinds of long-term metrics that it sounds like we do want to track while we cut down on widget counting. Thank you.
Yeah, we really do want to track some things that tell us whether or not people are suffering less and costing the system less as a result of our effort.
Great. Thanks.
Is there a motion?
I move board approval and chair signature of OHA agreement number 173133, document number 2021-972.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Just a special thanks for doing all the widget counting, just like you mentioned. But you know, this is the process. This is state funding, trying to get services out on the ground. So.
Thank you, commissioners. Have lovely holidays. Looks like we're going to get a little snow.
So
We
call
actually haven't voted.
for the vote. Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Yeah. Now we can acknowledge the snow.
The snow is coming down hard here in Bend.
Yep.
Yes, it is, and it looks lovely. Have a great holiday. Thank you very much.
You.
Yes.
Item 19, request additional OHA authority for FEMA funds for COVID-19 vaccine distribution.
Yes, good morning. Back to back, Cheryl Smallman. I'm the Health Services Business Officer, and I believe I am joined by Greg Munn, the county's Chief Financial Officer. Greg, are you there in person?
He's not in the room.
Not yet.
He's not in the room. There he is. Ask and thou shalt receive, right? I'm here in front of you today to inform the board and seek approval to request additional funds from Oregon Health Authority, Federal Emergency Management Agency funds for COVID-19 vaccine distribution and outreach. We do have a current agreement, agreement number 170124, which is a not to exceed amount of $2.4 million. To date, we have expended and or committed about 2.2 million of that. And we were informed by Oregon Health Authority that the allowable timeline had been extended from the original date of December 31st, 2021 through April 1st of 2022. Right now, a lot of our vaccine clinic expenditures are coming and being covered by another funding source through the Department of Administrative Services with the state, which is what we call the equity funds. Those funds do end December 31st. So to continue our efforts on the vaccine clinics and booster rollout, we are seeking to increase our not to exceed amount. We estimate that's going to be about $670,000 through April. And with that, I will open it up with any questions or for comments that perhaps I missed from Greg.
Yeah, any questions or comments? It's a good opportunity to keep the efforts going. So this is, vaccine efforts. The big picture, we've been doing it pretty darn well here. People, we're going to have a COVID-19 update after this. It's that long stretch of a process of a worldwide pandemic, so a little bit more resources is going to be appropriate.
So Cheryl, there's just a bit of money left, what, 200,000, I believe, left?
Yep.
And we'll be applying for that at some point in time then, before that cancellation date of April 1st?
We just have to inform the state that we do intend to continue expending, and they're going to offer a letter to us that clarifies or corrects that date. This, we would seek formal additional funds that then they would process through an amendment, which would come before the board if approved.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, by way of comments, I would just say that the last 4, 5, 6 months has been a massive undertaking with the Delta variant, and it's depleted our resources and our staff, and so I'm really glad that there are additional resources available to help us through this next period as we look at a new variant, and we're not sure how transmissible, how severe and how responsive it is to vaccines. So great to have an opportunity for additional resources to be able to respond effectively during the next few months.
So yeah, this is acknowledging a future contract amendment, so that, yeah, it's just for discussion basically today. Is there anything else? And I'm showing support, so it's acknowledging, yeah, I guess that's the key to this, nodding our heads, yes.
Yes.
There we go, okay.
Great.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, at this time, item number 20, COVID-19 update. One of the concepts that was discussed recently is just that, let's acknowledge what we need to acknowledge here. Sometimes this kind of slips from 20 minutes to an hour, and I don't know that, if we have content to talk about, but as a Board of Commissioners, the value is going to be getting, the widest message possible. We end up kind of getting narrow about talking about the subject here. Possibly, I'm just kind of throwing out ideas, but that was the intention of just kind of powering through this. These are the current facts, what's the message of the day, and working our way towards holiday season at this time. Great. Have some folks here in person today.
Okay.
Dr. Conway and Dr. Fawcett.
Well, see, I'm so glad that my husband put in the snow stakes yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you, we needed the snow, so.
Well, and I'm thinking I might not have a window brush in my car that I'm driving.
I have
I made
one.
sure my wife has one, and I don't know that I have one.
I have a big one, if
Yeah.
you need one. I have two, I think. If you want to borrow it.
Well, there'll just be a moment. I'll be looking for it.
I know.
So thank you very much for joining us. As I say, this is our COVID update. This will be Facebook live streamed and also interpreter available.
Morning, Commissioners. Sorry. Let's see, see how this works? Okay. So, I don't know how I go back. Let's see, does it work? It's not going, I don't know how to make it go
Going
back.
forward.
There we go. Okay, so, just for the record, I'm George Conway, Health Services Director. This is Dr. Richard Fawcett, our Health Officer. And we're going to give a public health update. And I don't know if Crystal Sully is available online. If she is, we'll get her involved when we get to the vaccine section. If not, I'll cover that.
I'm here, George. This is Crystal.
Oh, great. Okay, great. So I'll hand it over when we get to that section. So mercifully, after a very long surge, we are starting to see some substantial decreases in numbers of cases. They're certainly not where we'd like them to be, but in the last week we're down to about 353, or about 50 cases per day. So that's good news. This is the COVID deaths, and this slide requires explanation. So the blue bars are what many people will see publicly released from OHA, and those are the reported deaths. But the much more important thing to pay attention to, and you can see that they reached their apex in November, but part of that was because during this very large surge across the state, OHA fell behind in entering cases, and some of the counties fell behind in transmitting that information. So the important data on this is actually the gray bars. Now, sadly, we continue to have deaths from COVID in Deschutes County, but they reached their apex at over 50, 51 in September, 30 in October, and of course these were the intervals during which the hospital was very, very full, really in a crisis mode. And then by November, a substantial decrease to 9, and then we've suppressed the number for December so far because it's less than 5. So this is definitely much less stress on the hospital. We would have liked to see the case numbers come down much more quickly than they have, but the biggest immediate concern is making sure that we have hospital capacity, and we're certainly in a much better standing than we were just two to 3 months ago. Oh, sorry. So the rates are highest among young adults, and you can see that. So there's two bits of data here. The blue bars is the number of cases in the last 4 weeks, by age group, and you can see that the highest number of those cases is in 30 to 39-year-olds. But as far as the rate, which is the gray line, the younger adults, 20 to 29, have eclipsed 30 to 39. Unfortunately, we still do see quite a few cases in children, particularly 5 to 11-year-olds, but we are making some headway in vaccinating those school-age children. So we're hopeful that will come down with time. The other marker that we follow that's very important in interpreting our case rates is the number of tests that are being done, and those that are positive. And you can see that the number of tests is the height of the bars. The dark blue at the bottom is the number of tests positive, and then that's displayed with the red line and the index on the right. So in the last couple of months, we've gone from a maximum of close to 15% of all tests being positive to just under 7% now. So this actually does also reflect a decrease in the actual frequency of COVID in the community, as far as we can tell. The wastewater signals, which we continue to check in Bend and Redmond, have not come down very much, so we believe there is still a substantial residuum of infection in the community, but that's hard to be precise about.
Do we have the latest breakthrough number? I know the breakthrough number at the hospital has gone down from the high about a month ago.
The number is it's gone down just below 30%. Do you know, Rich?
I think that it's stable about less than a third now, yeah. So it's not continuing to increase.
So about 30% then?
It's under 30% now in the St. Charles data, and I think our data is similar to that. We have a slide about it, but we were asked to keep this brief, so I didn't include it. Commissioner Adair, you had some particular questions about therapeutics. I asked Dr. Fawcett to join us and to talk about the sort of the landscape right now.
Thank you so much for Dr. Fawcett for coming today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Nice to see you.
Good morning. Okay. Well, I wanted to touch base mainly about the new oral antiviral called Molnupiravir. And this is something that will be available within the coming weeks, or maybe hopefully by January or so. The advantages, of course, of an oral antiviral are that we will be able to deploy the treatment more quickly, more efficiently. One of the big challenges for therapeutics in COVID-19 is that, number one, it's almost always more effective to treat early. So the earlier we treat, almost with any agent, the more effective that treatment is. And secondly, really all the treatments we have available are either intravenous or subcutaneous. Most of them are intravenous. So simply at the height of our surge here in Central Oregon, when we were seeing over 100 cases a day, if, say, 75% of those new cases each day were eligible for monoclonal antibody therapy, which we'd wanted to administer to people who are not on oxygen, not hospitalized, and treat them early, it would be very difficult to infuse 75 or 80 people a day. So the advantages of having an oral antiviral are quite large, and so we're looking forward to this. Now, one of the points that's been made recently is that perhaps the effectiveness of the molnupiravir is not quite as great as it first seemed. There was a second study that showed that the decreased rate in hospitalizations and deaths was not as much as the initial studies, but I think it still remains to be seen how well it will perform. COVID is very dynamic, in terms of the host, in terms of the severity when they are entering medical care, et cetera. So if you can go back to that first slide, right? Thank you. So some of the other mainstays of therapy, as we've talked about previously, would be the corticosteroids. That's not a specific treatment, but that is usually started intravenously. Remdesivir, which is the first antiviral to be approved for use against COVID-19, is IV only, and it's only moderately effective and much more effective in treating mild to moderate COVID-19 disease. Next slide. So the indications for the molnupiravir will be for treatment of mild to moderate COVID-19 infection in patients that have at least one risk factor for progressing to more severe illness. Many of the patients that we see in the clinics or in the emergency department have one or maybe 5 or 6 many risk factors for progression. So I think there'll be a lot of patients that will be eligible for this treatment. It'll be a twice daily therapy for 5 days. They're going to select an 800 milligram dose, and it should be administered within 5 days of the onset of symptoms. So again, early treatment is desired for maximum effectiveness of this medication. There's no interactions with meals. It can be taken on empty stomach or with a full meal. Next slide.
So Dr. Fawcett, you said within 5 days?
Within 5 days onset of symptoms, yeah.
Okay, I think that's really important for our community to know.
Right.
So, thank you.
So here's the data that showed efficacy in the phase 3 trials. It looked at the graph there on the right. The molnupiravir treatment arm had 385 patients, and they looked to see if what the rate of hospitalization or death was within 29 days of onset of symptoms. And then the gray bar there on the right is placebo. So with the placebo, with 377 patients, there was 53 patients who progressed to hospitalization or death, but with the molnupiravir arm, only 28 out of 385 patients progressed to hospitalization or had a death. So based on that reduction, which is about 50%, this is where there will be an approval for this. Just as an aside, the repeat study was later in the summer where the reduction was much less than 50%, more like 30%, and it's not clear as to why there was a difference. Both trials had hundreds of patients, and there is some theorizing that perhaps maybe in the second study in the summer there was a surge of Delta variants, and perhaps this may not be quite as effective against the Delta variant, but we don't know that yet. So this will be an exciting advance for therapeutics against SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19. So that's what I wanted to mention today. I'll say real briefly too, there's another oral antiviral that will become available that seems to be much more effective, about 85 to 90% effective in reducing hospitalization and death, made by Pfizer, called Paxlovid. So we're anxiously awaiting more information about that and then an eventual approval as well. It's oral. I don't know any other details about the size of the pill or side effects, et cetera, but we'll be finding out a lot more about that in the near future.
The two things. The EUA application for the Pfizer preparation was submitted earlier this week, or late last week, so we're sanguine that that will be considered very soon. The other thing is that, I don't know, did you talk about the side effects and risks of this? And it's maybe better that it's only for older folks that are beyond reproductive age, the molnupiravir?
There may be a precaution for patients who are pregnant or for younger patients because of the mechanism of action. It induces the virus to make errors in how it replicates its RNA. So it works at the genetic level. So for younger patients, the thought is, well, maybe in somebody who's growing, there may be more side effects that might have to do with maturation, that sort of thing. But it's really not known. But I don't think it's going to be recommended initially. In fact, I know it isn't for patients under 18 and probably not in pregnancy.
Great, thanks. Thanks very much for the update. Dr.
Great,
Foster.
thank you.
Can I also just ask, so thank you for all that information about therapies. I just have lingering concerns from earlier in the pandemic about the availability and accessibility of therapeutics. Can you speak a little bit about that? You know, how, for someone who gets COVID, how easy is it to access these therapies? What's the cost? Where do you have to go? Who has to prescribe it to you, and those kinds of things?
Right. I don't know the details exactly, but I think the intention is this for it to be easier than, say, the monoclonal antibody therapy. So initially, it will be made available through the state health department and local health departments. We have put in a request to order about 60 pills at this point. So I think there won't be a cost initially, and it should really be much more accessible than monoclonal antibody therapy, because this is a pill you take at home for 5 days. But in terms of supply, if we get into more cases per day and we're wanting to treat 50 a day, I really don't know the answer. I think a lot of it has to do with how it performs, and if it seems to be keeping patients from going back to the hospital or alleviating symptoms, quite quickly, I think we'll see production ramp up, and it should, be quite available. But it's an unknown right now. But it's a great question. We've been waiting for a pill for a long time.
There's a plan and pre-production going on by both the manufacturers, Merck and Pfizer, with anticipated data having large-scale distribution available by March. So we're hoping that the molnupiravir will be on the street very soon. We're hoping that the Pfizer preparation will be available and approved, hopefully by sometime in January. But the ramp up for large-scale production, because this really is, having an oral agent that people can just see, be evaluated, diagnosed as an outpatient, and then start taking it right away, could be a real game changer, especially if we get into another large surge. And of course, the concern right now is the Omicron and its very rapid transmission with a lot of unknowns about its deleterious effects, and whether or not there may be partial, very unlikely to be full, but partial vaccine resistance, et cetera. So we're very hopeful about this, and both these oral agents, and both of them work on the internal mechanisms of the virus's reproductive interactions with our cells, and it's not expected that these will be very much blocked by any of the known variants, including the emerging one.
That's a good point, is that they really should work against all variants. The challenge of some of the immunotherapies and even vaccine is that it sort of depends upon recognition of the surface of the protein, and that's where we see the variations in these strains, particularly in the spike protein on the surface. So the mechanism here would not involve the surface protein structure at all. So we're hoping that will be another advantage.
One other question that does come up has to do with testing and the different variants. And while it's important that we do the genetic testing to get the typing of the different variants, a lot of the testing mechanism is sensing the glycoprotein cellular membrane as the principal antigen that it's looking for, in addition to the genetic testing for that and spike protein. So it's very unlikely that we'll start missing different variants because of our current testing regime. And the state is serotyping for and genotyping for Omicron. It has not been detected yet in wastewater. It has been detected in, I know of at least 3 clinical specimens in the state.
In the Portland Tri-County area,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So I apologize, Crystal, that I didn't acknowledge you before. We couldn't hear in the green room in Diormond, so I couldn't tell if you were on for the vaccine funding discussion. But I do want to introduce Crystal Sully, BSN, who's our current vaccine operations supervisor. Crystal?
George, good morning, commissioners. So I know we're trying to stay on a timeline here, so I'll try to go through these pretty quickly and update. So in terms of our weekly vaccination volumes, this is just some data that we've been tracking really since the fair this summer. And just shows, you can see the yellow on top is the doses of vaccine that have been administered by Deschutes County Health Services. Various pop-ups and things like that. And then the rest are pharmacy and PCPs. Generally, we, for vaccines provide around a 10% of the total. And we've just been higher than that because for a variety of reasons, the pharmacies and PCPs haven't been able to keep up with demand. Next slide. Some new news, 16 and 17-year-olds are now able to get boosted with Pfizer vaccine 6 months after their second dose. So the same thought process as the general public. A reminder that parents don't need to accompany their 16 and 17-year-olds in the state of Oregon. Teenagers 15 and above can consent to vaccination on their own. And next slide. This slide is just giving a little overview of what we've got right now with the addition of the 16 plus being able to get the booster doses. You can see Pfizer has that net over 5 and 11-year-olds for first and second doses. The only thing that this doesn't reflect is those community members who might be immunosuppressed and would maybe qualify for a booster sooner than the 6 months. And if folks are curious about that, they can always call the hotline or their primary care provider. Vaccination options for pediatrics. So this is the 5 to 11-year-old age group. We've got several options throughout the community. So the OHA high volume site at the Deschutes County Fairgrounds, they offer vaccines for 5 and up, all manufacturers. They will be closed December 23rd until January 3rd, reopening on January 4th for the holidays. So people should just be aware of that. Deschutes County has partnered with Ben Lapine School Districts to offer some pediatric clinics for those families who can't make it in or don't have a PCP or for whatever reason don't have the ability to travel to the OHA site. We had our first PEDS clinic this week. It went incredibly well. And then community PCPs, Ben Lapine School District has done a great job creating a dashboard for where the 5 to 11-year-old vaccines are available. So I encourage anyone who's curious to check out that dashboard on the Ben Lapine School District website. And next slide. And then we also have our community pop-ups that are available to the general public. So our general population clinics that we have scheduled weekly in Sisters, Lapine, Bend, and Redmond. And people can access the most current schedule of those on the Deschutes vaccine page. And then we also have a contractor that we've been utilizing to address some vulnerable populations that we're able to vaccinate much better if we go and meet them where they're at rather than waiting for them to come to us. So those clinics have been incredibly successful as well. Some of the places that we've held them are referenced there, the Airport Latino Community Association. Next slide. If anyone has any questions, these are a couple of websites that are great, or our hotline is open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Then in terms of testing, we do have some no-cost rapid PCR tests available at COCC Redmond and COCC Bend. There's no insurance required. They're free tests. So if you're looking for that, go to the Deschutes.org website to look at the daily hours.
Great. Thanks very much, Crystal. Are there questions about vaccination or testing? Okay, great. So just a closing, as we come into the winter holidays, we certainly want to wish everybody a healthy holiday season. The recommendations we make, there's none of these are new. If you haven't gotten your vaccinations and your boosters, we suggest you do that post-haste before traveling and being around family members and loved ones. Please stay home if you're feeling ill. Please consider getting tested prior to gathering. We're fortunate this year versus last year, the testing is much more readily available, and there are kits that you can acquire and test at home if you wish. Although their accuracy may not be as good as the other regimes.
What is the accuracy percentage, Dr. Conway?
I'm sorry?
What is the accuracy of the test now that people can know in 1 to 2 hours?
Well, actually, it depends on the type of test. There's the assay that we're providing, the rapid PCR test is the same accuracy as all the others. Some of the you can get home testing where you do a similar sample of your mucous membranes and send that in, get rapid results. That's also PCR, so that's highly precise. But some of the home testing kits that are available for relatively inexpensive purchase are what we call lateral flow antigen tests. The most common one is the Binax Now test. And that has some real limitations as far as its accuracy, but it's certainly better than nothing. If someone's symptomatic, it's actually fairly good at detecting the antigen, but if somebody's not symptomatic, it would be very dependent upon the course of their infection, whether or not it would work. So it's not as either sensitive or specific as the better rapid PCR tests. And then, of course, the other tests that many providers can provide are NAAT or molecular tests, such as Abbott ID Now, and then St. Charles is using the Panther assay. Those are very accurate, similar to PCR, and that can be done rapidly. And then moving on with recommendations, very important one is to try to choose outdoor spaces when possible. And of course, you probably want to have a fire or one of those propane things, but I also want to point out that if that's not possible, when you have visitors, a very good more than a half measure is to open windows on both sides of whatever space you're mating. It may be a little chilly, it won't be as cold as being outdoors, and keeping that cross ventilation is another way of diluting the air. So I think that's it for our update.
So one of the concepts may be to endorse these holiday season tips and either get a press release through health endorsed by the commissioners or something like that if we want to do anything acknowledging the holidays.
Yeah, I definitely think we should reemphasize these precautions plus mask wearing. And as you were going through your presentation today, Dr. Conway, it didn't, I certainly noted that we probably hit our 200th death from COVID in Deschutes County sometime in the last few weeks. And I think it's important for everyone to note, it took from March 2020 to August 2021 for us to reach our first 100 deaths, almost a year and a half. And then just in the course of 3 or 4 months, we've had another 100 deaths. And that's a testament to the severity of the Delta variant. And as we've heard from the wastewater data, there's still quite a lot of COVID around. So it's extremely important for people to take COVID seriously and do what they can to prevent the spread. and infection of their friends and families.
So as I say, there's support for kind of a press release. I'm thinking a health department press release endorsed by the commissioners with these bullet points, by the end of this week in preparation for the holidays, because, just like we see that, we're going to slip into the Christmas and right to New Year's after
Did we make
that.
it through Thanksgiving okay? I mean, I was really wondering, because our numbers were consistently, like the highest in the state per our population. And I'm looking and I'm wondering, did we actually get through Thanksgiving? I mean, I think people were probably outside because of the weather more.
We did have a bump the week following Thanksgiving, but we don't know whether that was from Thanksgiving or if it may have been some people delaying testing because they were having the holiday. Mercifully, we have had a decrement in case numbers the following week. So if there was one, the bump appears to have been modest locally. They have been seen in other locales.
Well, I'm glad to see that our numbers are down at 50 a day. It
Right.
feels a lot better than the 100 that we went on for quite a few, seemed like
Been
a
long
couple
time
months.
coming, yeah.
Sure. Well, we have to remember, though, that, the nadirs that we've seen between surges previously have been down around 10 per day. So we still have a lot of virus afoot, and my fondest hope was that we'd be down very close to one of those nadirs before the arrival of Omicron, and we'll just have to see how that plays out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you for coming in.
Yes, yes.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And we'll get a draft press release to you in the next few hours, maybe by lunchtime.
So switching gears, our last item for our morning session is American Rescue Plan funding update, and the topic today is affordable housing. There's a packet that's been put together, and folks in the room also with some of the specific asks.
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Munn from County Finance Office. And this is another iteration of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA update today. And for today's update, we're going to, in addition to providing the opportunity to discuss the entire list of projects that are being proposed, but also to really spotlight affordable housing. And so I just want to give you a little bit of background on the affordable housing proposals that are before you. So this, we followed a similar proposed development plan that we did with the child care proposal. And as you remember, during that time, we brought together our community experts and our leaders that are in the subject area to have the discussion about how can we best utilize some of this limited, one-time only ARPA funds to make a difference in either child care or in this case in affordable housing. So that we did, and we first met in October, and we've met several times since then, and it's resulted in 9 specific proposals, which are included in your packet, and those are summarized on page 326, and the details of that summary starts on page 327. So joining us today are community leaders and experts representing these requests, including Jackie Keogh from the Core Community Land Trust. Corey Misley, I believe, is on from the City of Sisters. The Pine and Sun River Habitats are represented by Dwayne Crummy and Becca Tatum. Scott Rohrer is on the line, I believe, from Bend Habitat. Sisters Habitat is also represented by Charlene Weed and Becca Tatum. Jacob Clark is here or on the Zoom to discuss the Hayden Homes proposal. And of course, David Brandt is here from Housing Works. So at this point, they're available to either discuss their projects individually or just to answer questions that you might have from the proposals that were submitted in the packet.
Great. So I don't really have a plan for how to proceed, but let's work together as a board here because we could hear from anybody or just start picking off projects or have questions. So as I say, let's just work together to work our way through this. The big picture is we have kind of a bucket that we had put out of the big picture as a starting point, 6 point something million.
6 million.
6 million. 6 even, okay. But then there's also other unallocated revenue that, or not revenue, but money in the bank that we could put to this. So it's very flexible.
I mean, I was preparing for this item. I was trying to come up with some guiding principles, and I'd love to just share a little bit of that with my fellow commissioners. Hearing from Lynn McConnell that the way that the city's affordable housing, fee review committee or fee fund review committee works, that they basically are able to allocate something like $15,000 per unit. That was very useful to hear. I mean, she didn't put that out there as, oh, this is enough. But she put that out there as, this is what we can do, and this is what makes a little bit of difference. I do think that with $6 million in our bucket, we can do. We have the opportunity to do more than $15,000 per unit. But I just as a I wrote down a few numbers in the side column here for what it would look like if we put $50,000 or $60,000 per unit into a number of these projects. They aren't all the same. They're in many ways we're comparing apples and oranges sometimes. Particularly when we're talking about affordable home ownership opportunities and affordable rental opportunities. We absolutely need both of these. Affordable home ownership opportunities provide. They're a tremendous platform for families to build future wealth and have stability and longevity in their community. But it costs we can see from this chart that it may cost more to provide a unit of affordable home ownership opportunity than it does to provide a unit of affordable rental opportunity, and we have a massive housing need in our community. So I didn't come up with a great rule of thumb on this, but I just want to reemphasize that we do need both of those. We need home ownership opportunities and rental opportunities, and we do have a lot of home ownership proposals in front of us. So I'm going to be keeping that in mind as I look at these proposals as well.
Thank you. Any thoughts?
Well, I think truly it's important, and seeing the timing on a lot of these projects, it's frightening when you see it says 2024. That's a couple years out, and I know we need housing, yesterday. We need it in 22. What can we do? I know that CORE's doing some projects. They just broke the ground on a new project. I know that the Habitat programs are all going forward with things, and I really do appreciate when we have workforce housing through those programs. I mean, people that are actually working in our community can have a house and they can develop equity, and I think that is so important. One of the first things, we actually allocated the $6 million, and that's 61%. If you look at, they're asking for almost $10 million. I think that repair ask by Habitat in Sun River La Pine for $100,000, I think that's really critical, because a lot of times people are right on the edge if they can stay in their house or not, and I think that's like 100% something that we should do. So if you want to take something off the top, I really believe keeping people in their houses, making sure their heaters work. I know that funding seems to be minimized sometimes when people are asking for it, and truly we want people to be able to stay in their houses with the heating working, with the roof not leaking, all those kind of things. So that, I would appreciate moving that number, like, yes, we're going to do the 100,000, and then we can talk about everything else.
I would support that. Keeping a unit of currently affordable housing from becoming uninhabitable is a really good investment.
So let's, just acknowledge that at this time. I don't know that we're going to vote on each piece, but I would agree with that. I have a check mark just like, just next to that item, probably that same concept as I was looking at them, like, oh, yep, that's a good.
Well, you've heard the stories. I mean,
Yeah.
I know I helped someone with their well. They had a well that went dry and they needed $4,000, and we raised the money in the community, and it was amazing. And so now, for those people in the community that have water issues, there is state emergency funding for that. So just be aware of that and know that if you have those kind of obligations, or you're looking at that kind of bill in the next little bit, please, we need to find out how you can apply to get that state funding.
Well, and I mean, the big message is that we do have our community action agency, Neighbor Impact, and Neighbor Impact has resources and connections also. They've been doing it in the Tri-County area for many, many years. So if people are perceptive enough to get the ask out, raise your hand and say, I need help, and move something forward. There are resources out there. So this is going to help a very specific project, but also let's remember that, I mean, as soon as you can, please ask for help, because there's a way to connect up with some different programs, to
Yeah,
make
state-
the situation better.
The county was just allocated $585,000 for Deschutes County. So know that funding is out there, and, thank you we need to
wells
follow
there.
through.
Okay, so I want to thank Greg for putting this, spreadsheet together that's, affordable housing requests and the date of 12/8, which brought us here today. So now, after we pulled that one item, how about we start at the top and work our way down? So, I mean,
Excellent
yeah,
idea.
Yeah, just making sure we're going in some direction. So Affordable Home Ownership Core Community Land Trust, request for $600,000 and supporting a $2 million project. With a effort in the next few years. So it does talk about AMI between 40 and 120. Requirements for American Rescue Plan is less than 80, correct? Is that?
That's right.
So this would be a portion of that project. The project as a whole is mentioned here. Do we fund support?
See, 5 of them would be, I believe, at the less than 80, and then she would do an additional one. Is that the way, Greg, or did you say 4?
I believe it's 5 plus 1.
Right, 5 plus 1 is what you
So the
said.
one unit is in the 80 to 120 AMI range, and the other 5, so there is some benefit there to leverage all of that together, but the funds request here would only be for those units that served 80% and less. And I do want to make one quick correction here. So the area that's stated underneath that request is Bend, and I was clarified that should actually be outside of Bend. So outside of Bend, it's 5 units, but if it was inside of Bend, because of the city of Bend's matching, it would actually be twice that amount. So, in talking with Jackie, and she is on the line if you have some questions for her, I believe that she could go either way with it, so.
So it could basically double, just because of the land use and density opportunity inside the city.
Yeah, and
opposed
we might want to
outside.
get Jackie online just to make.
Well, I support that already. I
Additional
don't know.
potential subsidy from the city of Bend.
There she is.
So I guess the specific ask, Jackie, would be, do you see a direction to this, as in is the opportunity in Bend, inside the city of Bend, out there?
Yeah, so Core Community Land Trust develops mainly right now in Bend. We thought these ARPA funds are unique because it would be an opportunity for us, who are the only non-place-based affordable homeownership agency, to develop outside of the city of Bend within the county. We wanted to give the commissioners the option of where they want to put their funds in terms of value. Are you looking to produce more units? Then Core would likely develop in the city of Bend. But if you're looking for geographic equality and not just proposals who are all based in the city of Bend, then we could build outside of Bend. Really, we want to use these funds to further our creative affordable housing solutions, and we are flexible there.
Are you referring to another jurisdiction, like another city, or in the rural county when you say outside of Bend?
Because our request is for land acquisition, we look in both other jurisdictions as well as in rural areas.
So it's kind of undetermined at this time, because, I mean, in the rural, maybe a house with an accessory dwelling unit for future land use, but I don't know that there's no real density plays in the rural.
Yeah, I don't.
There's
I
no
mean, I
cottage
don't-
cluster opportunity.
If you are going to continue to pursue the cottage cluster model, I think that would have to be within an incorporated city, which I think is great. We have needs. We all know how unaffordable it is to buy a home in Bend at this point, and the other incorporated cities in Central Oregon are, Sisters is also a very challenging place to afford home ownership, and the escalation in house prices in Redmond and Lapine are they'll be there pretty soon too. So there's
so we're building relationships and have relationships with all of those aforementioned cities, as well as a very strong track record in the city of Bend.
So the $600,000 request is support of a future land acquisition.
Yeah, and we did that specifically. So CORE has projects in pre-development right now that we could put the ARPA funds towards. However, we were trying to focus on using these funds to create more units and not just put them on a current project that we're absolutely going to build. We wanted these funds to be able to produce new units, and which is why the request is for land acquisition, which would be land acquisition and site improvement.
Yeah, and I'm just acknowledging a bigger picture, and this isn't even towards you, but it would be with federal dollars coming through the county, given to an effort like yours. As I say, this comment isn't for you, which is going to bolster the cost of land, which is the thing that we limit as government. And I don't know that you're following that logic. Not everybody even wants to, but we're going to have federal dollars invested competing with the private market to buy land that's limited in the state of Oregon. So it's just kind of frustrating for me.
Jackie, if it's in the city of Bend, will it be 10 units then?
If it's in the city of Bend, we typically get about $650,000 from City of Bend for support historically. And so that's where we're looking that we could do close to twice as many units, correct?
Okay. Well, at this point in time, as long as we do other units outside, I know there's ask here from South County, from Habitat in Lapine, Sisters is on the list, everyone is on the list pretty much so maybe this would be good to double that in Bend. So people that actually work in Bend can live in Bend.
Yeah.
Love your model, and I thank you so much for all that you do.
This is it is a different home ownership structure than the Habitat models, and there's advantages and disadvantages each way. But one of the neat things about the CORE Community Land Trust model is it really does it removes the land costs from the equation for the potential home buyer and then the next home buyer, and that's one of the ways that it's able to that CORE is able to make home ownership available, affordable home ownership long term available. And so there is a real benefit to doing projects outside the city of Bend as well. But I'm open to the other argument as well. It's true. We got proposals from the habitats in pretty much each of the cities in the county. So.
We do.
Well, so is there support for that full amount, I guess, would be the step. As I say, it's a great effort, great, wonderful. Let's get units on the ground. I already shared with my logic path about, and the same logic that I shared is it's a community land trust. It's land, the person's not going to own the land, so now the person that owns that house doesn't have that opportunity to be a landowner. They're a house owner, which is going to be good for a subset of people. But as I say, once again,
it's going to provide.
Federal government
great-
dollars.
It's going to provide a great opportunity
limited
to,
system.
to build equity for, for somebody who otherwise might be lucky to be able to rent something. So,
If I could just respectfully answer that question, is that Core sees itself as the gap step between rental and market rate or full home ownership. And so most folks who are renting do not have the down payment assistance funds to actually purchase a home and get that full equity. However, on average, in Oregon, community land trust owners, after owning their home for 10 years, earn $90,000 in equity, which is significant. And so despite not removing the cost of the land, they still are gaining significant equity that they could then go on to the market rate purchase. So what I think the county and what CORE is trying to do is invest in the continuum of affordable housing. And I think the land trust model is critical in that step between rental and full equity ownership.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent definition, and they are developing equity. It might not be as much as you can do in Habitat, but it's still, you do such an outstanding job with your utilities and everything on your projects. It's very impressive. So I thank you for making that difference.
Yeah, people could be burning all of that same money on rent and not building any equity. So this is a good opportunity.
I could support the 600,000 for this, for CORE.
Yeah, I guess, so I mentioned that, I jotted down some numbers, if we were talking $50,000 or $60,000 per unit in the column next to here, and if, going on that principle alone, I would be interested in putting $300,000 into this project, but this is, land acquisition versus construction costs. I think that's also a really interesting aspect of the decisions we have to make today to think about. I would say that land supply is affected by land use regulation. It's also affected by the markets. There's the amount of land that you can find at an affordable price inside the communities where there is a lot of land, Redmond and La Pine. That land is not cheap. That's not because of land use regulations.
So there's a proposal for $300,000. Commissioner, would you support that? Commissioner?
Actually, I wanted to give them more.
So my thought is,
If we're doing 10 units.
how about we do, I would support 300, but you're out there, you're a partner, you're active in the community, it can come around again someday.
Yeah, no, being able to help, I think that there's additional value in being able to help some of these organizations lock in a piece of land now as opposed to later when prices are just going to be higher. Construction costs hopefully will come down when all sorts of supply constraints on materials settle down a little bit, but land is likely going to keep going up. So I could go higher than 300, but I just wanted to throw that out there as if we're going on the principle of 50 or 60,000 per unit, that's where I would start.
Well, so then it's between you, because I like that idea of 300. So, yeah. Commissioner Adair?
I would prefer to go 450,000.
We're negotiating.
I've been to their units. I see what they do.
Yeah.
They're amazing. And if we're going to do 10 in the city of Bend, where we have a lot of people working and we have an incredible service industry, and you hear from those folks and they're still really short of employees. So
If we're talking 10 units, then my 50 or 60,000 rule of thumb puts us at 500,000. So I would support
10 times 60 is 600.
50 or 60.
Okay, well, all right.
500,000.
500 sounds
There you go.
reasonable.
See how this day's going to go here today. Okay, so that's another number we can kind of acknowledge.
But we're
And the-
saying in Bend, so that we can,
Well, I don't know that it needs to be in Bend. Obviously, if it would be allowed to be in Bend, and if it could be doubled, it'll be wonderful, but I would say we don't need to put direction to that, because then if there's other opportunities, possibly another jurisdiction with incentives also.
And,
And Core Community Land Trust would come to Deschutes County and through Greg to share our land acquisition specifics when we have that land in sight. And so you would have that opportunity to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got your second project in Bend underway already, and you already know how you're going to get your third project done, I would be very open to seeing those funds go to one of the other into one of the other jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next one.
Thank you, Jackie.
Affordable housing and workforce housing and sisters. So I think this would be city manager Sharon on this one.
There's Corey.
Hello, Corey.
Do you want me to provide a little bit of an overview this morning, commissioners, on the kind of high notes of our request?
So my understanding is this would be basically a partnership with the city's urban renewal funds, I guess it is. So it would be an investment made by the city in partnership with a future project. I don't know that, decision of come back to the county or not, but I think that's the scope of what this is. Complementing dollars at the city. If you want to explain that, Corey.
One of the things that
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things that
Sorry, Commissioner
I
Chang.
believe you also mentioned in a prior meeting was that this would likely be multifamily rental housing.
Correct. So as you all have discussed to some extent this morning, the Sister City Council is keenly aware of our unit deficiency as it relates to affordable housing and workforce housing. And we do, as you saw from Charlene Weed's email, we do support Habitat's request and are encouraged by the other requests by Habitat around the region. But we are very interested in leveraging dollars to get as many units as possible. And in Sisters, probably more so than any other community in Deschutes County, we have a significant limitations around land supply, and especially lots around 2 acres or larger. But nonetheless, the priority would be on multifamily rental opportunities. And we've been in conversation with David Brand at Housing Works, as well as another developer that does affordable housing in Central Oregon that owns a large piece of land in town. So the primary goal would be able to leverage as many dollars towards as many units as possible. But I do also want to say that these funds would be really critical to other partnerships, whether that is Habitat, or I've also met with Jackie and her team at Core around their model. So these dollars would be used in one way or another in Sisters, but we would love the opportunity to pursue a multifamily rental model to, again, deliver hopefully between 30 to 50 units. And the city has a small affordable housing reserve. A portion of our transient lodging tax is restricted for that. It's about $100,000 right now. And then we did amend our urban renewal plan a year ago to free up to $400,000 in that towards a project like this as well. So we're trying to bring as much to the table as possible in our conversations with a developer. Obviously, we didn't submit a pro forma. We don't build units ourselves. So we would need to secure a developer and then bring that forward. And that's why we're asking for 12 months, potentially 18 months, maybe at the most, to secure a pro forma like that. And then, in conversations with David Brandt, once land's acquired and the project's ready to roll, it could be under construction and done by, probably the 24 to 25 timeframe.
So on one hand, this could be thought of as, investment in the big picture targeted for Sisters, as in, if there's a good project somewhere, there's going to be a good project somewhere, and then this is just kind of leaning into Sisters. Because you mentioned, Housing Works and possibly somebody else, so it could be anybody, any of the players that are out there or the next person coming along.
Well, I think it's really important, whatever you do, Corey, is that we actually, people that work in Sisters can live there. That was, I heard from employers in the community that, their people didn't get into that low-income housing rental program. And truly, if we can come up with something where people that work in Sisters don't have to drive to Redmond, or they can actually work in Sisters, I think that's really ideal. And I know it's not always possible, but really, that's my goal.
So one of the
That's a
things.
great point, Commissioner Adair. We have, just real quickly, we have a disproportionate amount of our workers that actually commute into Sisters. And we would love to accommodate more of those folks living here in town for a variety of reasons, including, traffic and safety and congestion, between the relative communities.
So many people I talk to, actually, yeah, they live in Redmond, but they work in Sisters, so,
They
that's
could
a-
walk
that's
to
a-
work if they had an apartment.
Yeah, I know. So anyway.
I'm very supportive of the idea of investing in affordable housing in Sisters. My vision for this request was we would be reserving some funds and likely a specific project developer would come later on with a proposal to ask for these funds. And we discussed how we would not be. We weren't talking about transferring these funds to the City of Sisters to hold. We're holding these dollars for a project in Sisters as opposed to, making Sisters the lead on the project. I mean, the city has a very important role to play in courting affordable housing developers and clearing a path for them to make a project happen. But the lead on the project would be someone else. And I was a little concerned at the idea of turning around and directing these dollars towards, say, the Habitat project or a core project, an affordable home ownership project, because those entities are approaching us directly, and they have very clear ideas on their pathway to implementing our project right now, while what we're discussing with you is pretty conceptual. So if one of those entities, if you wanted us to invest in one of those entities' projects, I would rather directly invest in make an allocation to one of those developers rather than put those dollars in this reserve at this time, because those projects are closer to ripe. So if you could clarify that a little bit. I mean, and it was my understanding that we were talking about a affordable rental multifamily project, which I see as an additional, an additional and very complementary project need to the home ownership opportunities. So could you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely, Commissioner Chang, and I would agree with everything that you just said. And the city would really like to see another affordable housing, workforce housing, multifamily rental project come online in the next 2, 3, 4 years. And historically, we have not had a lot of those in the community. The city did partner with Housing Works and contributed $300,000 of general fund dollars back in 2016 and 17 to get a project constructed and opened in 2018, their Ponderosa Heights project that delivered 48 units, which has made a significant impact on not only people working in this community, but people who were formerly houseless in this community that have been able to call those units home. So that's made a significant impact. And I think that informally, we've been trying to free up funds and having conversations with developers. But I think one of the things that we're going to be doing over the next 6 months is really formalizing what we need as it relates to multifamily and workforce housing through our housing plan update. And something that we could potentially do and might be a good avenue is to develop an RFP for a multifamily, workforce housing project to sort of formalize that process. And going that route would be really critical to say, these are the resources that we have to potentially put towards this project. And so I think that, again, the reserve of these dollars would could be a critical keystone to getting a developer to buy land or invest and build on their land that they might already own here in the city. Otherwise, we have updated our comprehensive plan recently. We're going to be looking at efficiency measures over the next year, which will help, to potentially add some duplexes or triplexes. But we are years away from a UGB expansion and annexation. So unfortunately, the issue here in particular could get much worse before it gets better if we aren't able to find additional resources and work with the developer and deliver a significant amount of units to support the workforce and people wanting to be in Sisters and working in Sisters. So I'm just echoing what you said, Commissioner Chang, and that would be the city's priority, and we would work as hard as possible to secure something in the next 6 to 12 months.
So AMI requirements is less than 80%. I can think that's kind of the hard ARPA message on there. I think, there's definitely support and common ground on all the things that have been mentioned here. So for the commissioners, there's support for this $500,000 item. It would be an approved item in our ARPA list to be allocated when proposals
Right.
get done, or,
Exactly.
when something pops up.
And Corey, thank you so much for being the mayor of Sisters longer than anyone else in the past.
The
history.
city manager.
Yes, the city manager. And it's really, truly appreciated, your heart, how Sisters needs to, we've got the growth, the anti-growth, and what's happening, and I really appreciate what you're doing. And working with Michael, the mayor, it's got to be excellent because he is actually an architect. So, the two of you, I think you make a great team. So thank you.
So there's support for.
Could I just ask, I would love to hear a couple thoughts from David Brandt on whether developing multifamily housing, rental multifamily housing in Sisters has unique challenges in comparison to other communities.
Well, the main challenge is there's really no land available in Sisters at this point for any price. So we'd love to be building in Sisters. We just can't find a piece of land that's 2 or 3 acres that is available. It's pretty much that simple.
Okay.
Any thoughts on an apartment? So who could build an apartment that has multiple units on a couple acres like that, 80% AMI or less? Is there a way to do that in the market, or are there other subsidies?
Well,
that 80% AMI is going to keep it.
Yeah, anything 80% or lower is going to require some kind of subsidies. There are plenty of developers out there. There is a developer in Sisters who owns land, who has built affordable housing, but for some reason doesn't appear to be interested in developing the piece that they own currently. Other than that, there's really not much land that's zoned to accommodate multifamily housing right now.
Corey, is that the same message you're getting from that property owner?
For the most part, we're in active conversations with them, and we're hoping that whether it's them developing the property that they own, it's about 9.5 acres. So it's a significant portion, a significant sized parcel in the city of Sisters, more remaining buildable lands inventory, that even if they aren't going to develop it, perhaps they could partition off, 2 or 3 acres for Housing Works to be able to do a project. And the city would be, open and obviously supportive of potential rezone efforts to accommodate multifamily housing along these lines, because that property in question is specifically currently zoned downtown commercial. So there's work to be done. David's right that we are between a rock and a hard spot, but there's some opportunities out there. And obviously with additional dollars, we can hopefully incentivize and get some movement to clear the way for a project in the near future.
So line item 500,000, is that correct? Making sure we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Holding it in a reserve, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
And I guess the one other thing I'd ask Commissioner DeBonne, since you're always interested in talking about land supply, land regulation, and how it affects housing affordability, do you want to say anything about the urban growth boundary expansion for Sisters at this time, since that is the process for increasing land supply?
I don't understand where you're coming from. You want me to have energy on Sisters?
I'm just curious, since you regularly want to talk about land supply availability, the land use system being a constraint on that. The land use, the urban growth boundary expansion is the process for increasing land supply for Sisters to build more housing. Do you want to say anything about that?
No, I don't
Okay.
understand where you're coming from on that. I mean, yeah, okay. We're here to give away money for housing in Central Oregon at this point in time. So
Well,
next
you
item.
wanted to talk about land supply earlier, so
Well, I'm glad to hear
just
they're
giving you a chance to continue the thought.
Well, I'm glad to hear they're 9.5 acres. Corey, keep working on it. At least that's a significant amount of land.
Next item, Habitat for Humanity, Lapine Sun River Affordable Housing. So there's a $1.2 million request, AMI 38%, which is very cost-effective very good for the market. A lot of great history there in, building. So, they, as we know, as Board of Commissioners, we're a partner already for providing land in the past and maybe in the future. Any questions or thoughts on that?
Their program has been incredibly successful. The track record is outstanding, and do want to, because we see, even though Lapine House values are not quite as high, it's a great place, and the community is really growing, and whatever, I feel it's important to keep our Habitat program growing there, so that they have, they know that we're supportive and they can continue on.
So my only thought is possibly to drop some of the future, they've got a little spreadsheet, it's on page 336. For now, drop a couple of those items off of there. The last one's 200 and 100,000 for future projects in the year 25 and 26. Knowing that we'll be out there, we'll be a partner in the long run anyways, and it could come right back to this also. But, it's
So
just,
you're saying-
a big commitment at 1.2 million.
Right, so you're saying 900,000?
Yes, and then, if we're and remember, the next 100,000 is going towards
Right.
same group for a different purpose, so we're still at $1 million for.
That sounds like a excellent.
I'd like to add in the consideration of the land contribution we're making to the land contribution that the county has made to many of these 24 units and will be making to a number of these additional units. If we're thinking about that general rule of thumb, 50, 60 K per unit, then it's not like I want to subtract that off of what we would allocate to Lapine Sun River Habitat, but I'd like it to. I think it would. I think it is a reason to consider a slightly lower amount per unit. And I would love to ask Christy whether she has, can you give us a sense of kind of appraised or market value of those 2 acres and 2 acres in sections, that in section 2?
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So those acres were appraised last year at $30,000 an acre. So with the demand, and especially, we're seeing down in Lapine, rough estimate would probably be around 35, maybe 40,000 an acre now.
And it's 4 acres?
Correct.
That's right. Because I think it is, I'm really excited always about supporting Habitat. I think they do an outstanding job, their program.
And I mean, these are going to be successful. The organization's rolling along. There's community support. There's a positive, image on the whole operation. There's community members looking to participate and, apply for these homes. So my point is, we could do less financially right now, knowing that the community is going to be supportive and they're going to go forward one way or the other.
Doing that land cost analysis, it brings it up to like 43,000 for 24 units. with the land, with the 900,000 and 140,000 for the land. So it's, you know,
Well-
it's a decent, you know, it's decent.
And I'm sure those number of units we'd be dropping
Oh, are we dropping how
10 of
many
them.
units are we dropping?
10 of them, if, you know, is, it just if we're,
Dropping
yeah,
10,
working with
so
a
we're only
spreadsheet.
talking 14?
Yes.
So what is,
So what's the
what is the 2 acres going to do? Do we have a number on those? Do you remember, Christie?
12 units per 2 acres?
Okay, so that's 24. So we're almost funding it.
So is there support for 900,000?
I think so. I agree.
And this is a big subsidy. I mean, that's the concept that you're providing, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Chang, is
I
this
mean-
is big subsidies.
Going back to the idea that you know, I would like to see some a substantial amount of investment in multifamily housing as well as a multifamily rental housing as well as home ownership. I would either suggest that we go a little lower, or that we put more money into our bucket. The $6 million bucket, because I can already see that at the rate that we are allocating, we're not going to come in under 6 million.
Well, and I'm not opposed to that.
Okay.
I mean, you know, so by the time we get done here, we'll look at that picture and say, oh, you know, is this where we want to go? You know, making more of an allocation from ARPA dollars. These are one-time federal dollars, you know, for investment, you know, so.
As a bucket, I thought that $6 million was okay, but I would have liked to have gone higher. So if kind of the momentum that we've got going now gets us, you know, brings us closer to like 8 or 9 million, then I would be comfortable with 900,000 for this project.
We only have a balance left, what, of about 7 million, Greg? 7 million. Okay, keep that in mind. And those units in Habitat are at like 43,000. So taking out a couple of 100,000, you know, it's nice to have that program going forward.
Okay.
I agree that these are all great projects, and yeah, and I also would say that I think that besides the childcare investments we made, I can't think of anything else that would be a better investment of our ARPA funds, a more strategic investment of our ARPA funds than into affordable housing projects.
So there's support for 900,000 in that Lapine Sun River project at this time, and as I say, we can go back up the list if we
Let's
end
leave
up
it
in
at that, and then
yeah.
we can come back and reassess.
That's
if
my
we've
thought.
got, you know, if we're up to, we've used our 7 million that we have left, and we
Okay.
need to reassess.
So jumping down to Habitat for Humanity in Bend, 12 Townhomes, 27th Street. So this is a $2 million ask. And there's also Watercrest Way would be 1.5 million. Yeah, so those would be both Bend, Redmond.
Should we look at them together?
Well, yeah, any thoughts, or who, is somebody representing?
Scott Rohr's on the line if you'd like to
Okay, good.
patch him through. There he is.
Here we go. Hello. Hello, Scott.
Hey.
So I guess just putting it off from our discussion we just had. So we were talking about a $6 million bucket and getting a lot bigger. These are a couple big asks for us. You know, help us get to the concept that these are the ones that we need to invest in.
Well, the reason we asked for so much, $3.5 million total, is for leverage. We've got the ability to leverage that money into pushing 80 homes with the mortgage takeouts. We heavily subsidize every build we do. So with these amounts given to us, we won't need to subsidize these 2 builds. And then with the mortgage takeouts, we'd be able to continue building further, I think through 2026, we could hit close to 80 homes. Bottom line.
So some of that terminology just now, mortgage takeout.
The sale of the home, the proceeds from the sales of the home.
And then subsidized is community fundraising. Is that the other concept you were just referring to? Just
we do that ongoing. Of late, it's not been the best.
But that's where the other location, that's where other, when you need to make the two ends meet, that's where it happens, is community fundraising.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah, any thoughts on this? How are we going to put direction to these? As I say, I know you could do great work with it. Are we going to fully fund it or less than, or?
I'm just wondering, what is the city of Bend contributing? Do we know? Are the city of Bend, Scott? Do we know what they're
Bend
contributing?
and Redmond. And also we build up in Terrebonne occasionally. It's basically the city of Bend, or the Bend area, plus the Redmond School District, which is pretty far reaching. So it's kind of a funky zone that we are allowed to build in. But it's just Bend Redmond is the easiest way to describe it.
Does Redmond contribute anything? The city of Redmond?
Yeah. Yeah, the city of Redmond.
Do we have a dollar amount that they contribute a dollar amount per unit?
Well, if you extrapolate it out to what we planned on leveraging it for, I think it's in the $45,000 range per unit. That's what my math said when I did the calculation earlier.
Okay.
If we started at $60,000 per unit, that would put us at 1.2 million for these 20 units. I think there's an argument to be made to go higher because the whole locking in the land dynamic again.
So what are you proposing? 60K or more? I mean, yeah, these are big subsidies, but this is one-time federal dollars.
I guess I would propose for the context that Ben Redmond Habitat is working in. I would propose 1.5 million total
For the two asks.
Yeah.
And
as a starting point, I could be negotiated higher.
There you go.
Maybe I would think to put a range 1.5 to 2 million and see where we're at when we get in that range.
So let's put $2 million for both of those projects, which is 1.5 million less than the ask for both of those projects, and it's a point there.
Sounds like a point.
It's a point. Okay, so that's for the two of those. As I say, we're working up and down the spreadsheet at this point. So the next one is Habitat for Humanity, Sisters Woodland Project at a $1 million ask. So there's paperwork on this, and yeah, this is a full-on land again. That's the concept here? Or is there anybody to speak on this one?
Charlene Weedy's here.
Oh,
she's got
Charlene. Yep, there we go. Okay. Hello, Charlene.
Good morning. Hello. So yes, this is an ask for $1 million for 10 units in the Woodland neighborhood, the new development in Sisters. It's there, as we've talked about before, there is no more land in Sisters, and this opportunity is really important for our organization moving forward. There's no land to buy at any cost right now, and so we're really grateful for the developers wanting to partner with us in this way, and we're hoping you will support that as well and be one of our partners.
So,
one other thing I want to mention is that we have moved to a permanent affordability model. So these homes will be in a land trust. And it's a little different than the regular habitat model, but in our town at this point, we want to make sure that when we invest in affordable housing, that it stays perpetually affordable.
So this is 10 lots at 100,000 each? And I mean, I guess I'm looking at our spreadsheet, and then the letter we had is.
That's right. So they did get a letter of value from a realtor who places those lots at $175,000. So it would be a significant reduction in what they're estimating the market rate cost to be.
So this is just a full-on land purchase for future projects to be determined with the 60% AMI vision on this.
That's right. They're currently, they haven't even started the infrastructure yet. So we're looking at starting to build in 2022.
It's not that far off.
Actually, you're talking next year, you might be able to start building here?
Right. From what I understand, they're looking at 5 phases, and the first one would start in 2022.
Charlene, can you remind me, what's your production rate? Like you're building a couple of houses per year?
We build 3 to 4 homes on average. This year, we're going to close on 5.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. It's a miracle.
It's outstanding. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so any thoughts on this one?
My base rule of thumb, 60,000 per unit would put us at a start of 600,000. But again, this is one of those situations where there's a desperate need to lock up some land before it goes away and there's none left. So I would certainly be supportive of going higher than 600,000.
Well, and then this is also, this would be kind of a foundational step for the future subdivision and infrastructure for this, because if these dollars go from, the ARPA dollars through Habitat to commit to these parcels, it's going to help the developer with a, cash infusion to make some things move too. There's good parts about this.
Charlene, is there any way, do you think, in looking at 2022, that you can build 5 units again? Would that be?
That's our goal.
It is your goal. Okay.
Yeah, our strategic plan goals calls for 5 units a year, so we're moving in that direction.
Which is excellent.
Do you have are you built out, is, Sisters Habitat built out for all parcels available, or is there parcels for next year's development?
So we have 2, there'll be 2 in progress that will finish in the summer over in Clear Pine, and then we have some properties in a Village Meadows neighborhood that we're working on infrastructure right now. So that will be our sort of next year's projects.
So your land, you have part of a year's worth of land supply still in hand.
I would say we have 2 years supply in hand. We have 8 units over of land in Village Meadows.
So this is kind of just that big home run investment for an organization like theirs, because it is so much of a commitment to purchasing the land. And
If we did like 750,000, is there anybody that you could get another 50,000 from to buy 8 units?
We're always.
I know, we're always asking, right?
We're always shaking the trees to find the money. So I would say whatever you can do to help us, that would be excellent. And of course, the full funding of 100,000 per unit per unit per lot would be great. But yeah, we would find the money.
Yeah, well, you do what you can with what you have. So
I'd propose putting forward 800,000 and in the hopes that they could use that to leverage the other two.
Then you only have to find 200,000.
Only 200,000.
I'm sure you could, I'm sure it will happen, right?
you support that 800 then?
I do.
Okay.
I know that it.
Go with that.
It's, the project is really wonderful. They worked on it a long time, and it's really, it's a great opportunity for Habitat to be able to build in there.
Okay. Very good. There you go, Charlene. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, Hayden Homes Affordable Housing Project.
We have Jacob Clark on the line from Hayden.
Okay, Jacob, thanks for joining us, and yeah, there's some paperwork associated with that was provided to us. So I guess, yeah, we're down to the concept of you're asking for $1 million, and we're trying to give away a little bit less just because it's getting to be a big number total. But yeah, tell us about the project and how far $1 million's going to go. Go ahead.
You're on mute.
Mute.
Now it's on mute again. Yeah. No audio.
Can't hear. I just wanted to say for the number of units that we're talking about, $1 million is actually a really good deal.
Well, yeah, so acknowledging, this is a parcel just at the edge of town. This would be a UGB amendment, House Bill 4079, all kinds of rules, expectations, and the affordable 80% AMI. And this is kind of mirroring what's up in Redmond also. I mean, another House Bill 4079 UGB amendment project. So yeah, we can see you, and we can see the video or your mute icon going on and off, but no audio today.
Maybe you call in?
But we're starting to
call in?
Maybe you could do a second line and call in.
So yeah, and my only thought there, I mean, I'm very supportive. This could be a big one for that, kind of block the land out just at the edge of town there, and. Yeah, what's the just the the flow the next couple of years look like? How can it get implemented, I guess, is the question.
So I think Greg told us it was 2024, right, Greg, for this one?
2024 to commit the funds, 2026 to have the funds spent and the deliverables by December of 2026. So that means the housing units would need to be available and occupied by the end of 2026.
So this was, state opportunity provided a few years ago, and now with federal subsidy, this ARPA dollars, it could really help tip this thing over, because Bend almost did it. There was a property owner that was close to doing this, and then it just didn't happen.
And I mean, this total development, 347 units, that all of the organizations we've spoken with today, they have a long-term reputation for production at a certain level. We know that Hayden Homes, 340, you bring anyone else in here and you say, yeah, they're going to build 347 units. I would ask a lot of questions, but we know that Hayden has the capacity and the
Test 1, 2 for
experience
Jacob
to
Clark.
do this.
Yes.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
Good.
There we go. Sorry about that delay. You're right on all accounts. This is a larger project, House Bill 4079, 7 phases. We are requesting for land acquisition of phase 1, and that includes 108 multifamily units at 80% AMI. In addition to 27 individual home lots in phase 1, but we're focusing this on those multifamily units. And part of the ask is that this pilot project is unique and this funding is unique. The timeline has been primarily dictated by bringing this parcel into the city of Bend as a unique pilot project. And so many aspects of the timeline are just tied into existing meetings and requirements for that to happen. But in addition to the 108 units, we anticipate 30 affordable ownership units across the 7 phases. And so we anticipate this being kind of a blurred line, I guess, between traditional affordable home builders and bringing market rate construction into the picture with it.
Well, so a $1 million ask, I think there's been support for the total amount. Are you agree?
Yes, and I wanted to acknowledge Hayden Homes, their help in the Veterans Village.
Yes.
It can't be mentioned enough. Thanks for Deb being there and all that you've done. So, thank you.
And the St. Vincent's Village and all sorts of other projects all over the community.
Yes, true community partners, 32 years. It's, thank you for always stepping up.
Jacob, if I could ask one question, is there any risk of not being able to acquire these acres for phase 1? I mean, or because they're not currently in Hayden's possession.
Correct. That, of course, there's risk in any land deal. That risk has been minimized to the full extent that we are able to minimize it. And part of the ask is the takedown schedule for the land in phases is beginning within the next 30 days. So we feel very confident in fulfilling this project.
Thank you.
Well, and I'm sure the commitment from ARPA dollars is going to help put a little bit of wind in the sails. So it sounds like there's full support for this. So this is a good discussion. Thank you very much. Big project.
Worth $1 million.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for being patient with the technology. Next, Housing Works redevelopment and expansion at Spencer Court in Redmond.
Grant here to explain that one.
Yeah, please explain that one. I guess I just don't have a feel for that facility.
Sure. So Spencer Court is Housing Works' oldest formerly public housing site. It has 16 units currently. They're not dilapidated, but they're reaching their sort of building life. They're almost 50 years old. We acquired a piece of property from using Redmond CDBG a couple of years ago that allows us to redevelop the site without basically evicting anybody, so we can move folks to new buildings as we do the project. So we would demolish the 16 and replace with 60. And we're asking for $2 million because that would allow us not to have to apply for state competitive funding. We could just go close the financing in 4 to 6 months, and we'd be under construction probably sometime this year. Or not this year,
Amazing.
2022.
So 16 units that are 50 years old.
Yep.
And then you've got another property adjacent, and you can build some initial
so the plan
units
is to build
and move people
build the building
before you demolish
tear
it.
the other ones down, build more.
That's great.
Craig, I do have a question. I've got us at 5.8 million to this moment this morning. Do you have a number there?
I have 5.7.
Okay, I added the 100,000. Did you add that?
Yeah, I got 5.8 as well.
Okay, good. I just wanted to know where we were.
And then if we add these two, then we'll be at 7.8.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't including the 100, that's right.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
It's exciting to know that this will just empower it to go. And we know that Housing Works, once it's financially set to proceed, that things can move pretty quick, which is really exciting also. Is this, less than 6% AMI? Is there going to be, what's the mix of folks that could be there? And what I'm yearning for is, young families and working adults, but yeah, what's the mix of people that would be there?
So Spencer Court existing units are senior, so there would be probably, 16 senior units at a minimum, and the rest it's designed more to be, family.
Yeah, so families and working adults opportunities. That's the key to the operation. So, yeah, for support for this ask?
I would support a $2 million request. And I would also just, at a recent event that I attended, I also kind of got the number in my head, which is important for everyone to recognize or be aware of, that at this point, Housing Works operates close to 1,000 rental mostly apartment units in Deschutes County. And that is, 1,000 units of affordable housing is a tremendous foundation, for so many families in our community.
Well, and it's great. Housing Works is the housing authority. It is, that's the mission, that's the vision, that's the board, that's the whole effort. So it's good that we do have a healthy organization that is ready to manage those existing units and build more when resources are available. Okay, so that is fully funded. Weren't you here for another one that we fully funded or not fully, the big picture? So Canal Commons or Cleveland Commons.
Yeah, that was under the homeless
Yep.
side. And we're partners with Neighbor Impact with a nonprofit that, in this case, will develop that piece of property.
Yes, great. Okay, so we got through it. Do we need to go back to any? It doesn't look like it.
Commissioners,
Yeah.
if I could just offer, just so that it's on your radar, we have heard of a potential request, and we have an email request, but we don't have the details, to expand Veterans Village by up to 10 more units at a cost of potentially up to $350,000, which would be $35,000 per unit. We don't have that formal request in. I just ask you to just keep it on your radar so you're aware of it. But we don't have the details at this point, so it's...
We were told by Clackamas that when you get over 15, there's personalities that happen, and we really want these people to transition. So I really honestly would hope that we could do a Veterans Village, perhaps in Lapine or Redmond. Apparently there's, like 100 homeless vets in our county, and I would think that might be a better way to go. So I just remember that's what we were told. They went up above in Clackamas, they went to 25, and they said all kinds of problems started happening. But I did go to the Central Oregon Veterans Ranch last night, and oh my gosh, the salad that you can buy at the Newport Market from their ranch, it's going to be available again starting in February. I was in the greenhouse, and I was really hoping that someone in our community could get a greenhouse for our Veterans Village. And the gentleman I was talking to at the ranch last night said, we give classes. We would love to work with them on how to, to do a greenhouse. I just think that's really a positive, important thing. So anyway, that's just what we were told. And I thought that was actually probably good advice.
Great. I just wanted to make sure it was on your radar, and that was it. No decision points at this point. We don't have a formal proposal yet, but we did have the email inquiry, so I just wanted to note that.
We have been, I feel like we've sort of been fielding homeless facility requests, ARPA requests, sort of on an ongoing basis. We haven't done a lump, themed allocation deliberation on homeless projects. And if there's a need to do that, I actually think that would be an appropriate place to put an additional Veterans Village request.
Great.
Well, and Veterans Village is a wonderful opportunity. I don't know that we need to do Veterans Village. We need to do Village maybe, so not specifically Veterans. So Village for anybody. I agree that we don't want to have too much density. There's visions about putting more people up, but this is transitional. Let's stabilize, let's move them forward, let's get them to that next apartment, get employed if they're ready to work, stabilize financially if they're past working days, and figure out what something else is. So I don't know that this is intended to be that long-term, bring them all, let them stay here till the end opportunity. But we'll see as we go. No, we haven't been through this before as a community. This is very different times.
I thought Covos had a policy of 2 years.
That was yeah.
Right, that's a transition.
Yep.
That normally Clackamas said that there was really only like 1 or 2 people that took the whole 2 years.
Yeah.
That it was, when you're dealing and you have all that personal attention, I think it really makes a huge difference. So.
So back to, as I say, I guess I wasn't following when you were saying something about the sisters and the UGB effort there. I mean, I don't.
Oh, just earlier in the conversation, you wanted to make some points about how the state land use planning system was constraining the supply of land, and that's why we have affordable housing problems. And then when we were talking about sisters, and Corey was describing the UGB situation, I just thought that you might want to continue your thought into that item, but we don't have to.
Well, no, and I wasn't trying to go backwards on that. I was referring to land right now, though. I mean, remember, there's wonderful builders out there. There's small builders building one at a time, custom homes. There's medium-sized and large builders, and we heard from Hayden Homes here specifically. But there's a lot of activity out there. A lot of people building facilities right now as fast as they can. Market rate housing, land's available, getting the utilities in. So there's a big picture here. Thank you very much for all the people, doing the projects. As I say, the cottage opportunities, the habitat homes, apartments, they're all needed right now. So I'm just acknowledging there's a big picture, and we just invested in a subset of it.
So do we need a motion for this 7.8 million? We do.
Well, now we can, finalize the line items as we mentioned.
Should I read off what I think I heard?
If you'd like to,
For
we
the
can,
record?
put a package together.
Okay, so affordable home ownership, the first project, Core Community Land Trust, 500,000. The reserve for expanding housing, affordable workforce housing and sisters, a reserve of 500,000 that would come back to the board at a point when the project's been further defined. Habitat for Humanity, Lapine Sun River, affordable housing in South County, 900,000. The repair line item for South County, 100,000. Combination of Habitat for Humanity for the Bend, 12 townhomes and 12 townhomes. Those two together a combined $2 million. Habitat for Humanity for the Sisters Woodland Project, 800,000. Hayden Homes Affordable Housing Project, 1 million. Housing Works redevelopment and expansion of Spencer Court and Redmond, 2 million, for a total of 7.8 million.
So I move that we allocate, or that we actually, with the reserve of the 500,000, that the other funds, the 7.3 million, be immediately allocated for those different funds.
Second.
Great. Good discussion today. This is exciting to be able to put these resources out there, knowing there's a lot of other asks also, a lot of vision, excitement around all these projects. So with that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes.
I just wanted to say that we have heard from countless economists how affordable housing constraints are a existential threat to our economy in Central Oregon, and so I am really happy that we could make these investments today and help to put a dent in that problem, and hopefully reduce that risk to our community and our local economy.
Okay, that's it for this agenda item for this
Commissioner?
morning.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
sorry,
still
yeah.
have-
Oh, yeah.
we still have the list beginning on page 323 of your packet.
We've got a couple.
Those items you'd like to consider.
So that was a big one. Now we can go back and think there's other items out there, smaller.
I hesitate a little bit to bring this up, but I also just wanted to while we were on the, since we kind of branched out a little bit talking about the Veterans Village, that Mosaic proposal, the workforce housing proposal that we received, I think that's a very worthy project. And I would be interested in us looking at other ways to provide support to that project. One of the thoughts that immediately came to mind for me was that we sold property on the other side of Connors, a few blocks away from where that project is, and we're able to. We're holding $1 million from that, or something in the range of $1 million. And that is just about the size of the Mosaic project request or Project Carrot or whatever the, I still don't know how to pronounce that name for that project, but we've as a board, we've expressed concern that there doesn't seem to be a lot of support for those missing middle projects that cover the 80 to 120% AMI, and this would be a really good opportunity for us to do something in that bracket.
It's a great project. That's exactly the kind of project I want to see on the ground. So you're proposing a general fund subsidy for a specific developer's project, though. I don't know that I could get there. I mean, we could do that all day, every day, and pay for people's efforts. I mean, yeah, so as I say, I love the idea of that project, but I don't know that it would be a direct funding that I could support. I mean, if there's other ways to justify it or figure out housing investments.
We've expressed concern that the city events program doesn't support workforce housing, these missing middle workforce housing projects. The $1 million primarily came from the city of Bend's program. So this would actually be a great way for us
The definition of that, we sold a piece of land for a fair market value, and you're expanding to the fact that it came from somewhere. If anybody wrote us a check and we were willing to sell it, we would have received that money. So you're trying to connect it to where the money came from, which I don't know that I need to.
And just,
acknowledging.
re-emphasizing that the county does make donations and land contributions for housing affordability all the time. So we did not have to sell that piece of land, but we did, and we secured some funds, and in my opinion, it would be a great use of those funds to turn around and support a workforce housing project.
Any thoughts, Commissioner Dare?
I'm actually looking at, I believe Greg gave us 4 projects that we are to be considering today. So that's really where I'm at.
Items,
Yeah, I would prefer to look at those items today and then maybe come back to this with
Okay.
some thought.
Thanks for bringing that up. I mean, I don't know that we're going to go anywhere with it right now.
I think there were 4 different items, were there not, Greg?
There were 3. They were items 52, which is on page 324 of your packet. Line items, which is the, item 52 is a master plan assistance for the East Campus, or the East Redmond homeless campus, $32,050. The line item 62, which is funding the rent costs for the circuit court, which had to be relocated to the fairgrounds. And line item 74, which is a quick response unit in Gurnee for the South County area of $280,000. Those are the 3 new items on the list from the last list that you saw.
So we might want to either dive into each one of these or ask to hear more about each one. I kind of have some information on some of them, but I could do homework on some other ones. So I'm just, let's take each one and say, do we want to either get more information or possibly fund or not?
If we don't pick up the rent for the courthouse at the fairgrounds, who picks that up?
The general fund does.
General fund does?
Yeah.
Okay. So is the 428,000, is that for the whole last 20 months or however long that courthouse has been in existence?
That's for the past and then through December of 2022. The current request for use of that space is through December 2022. The circuit court is kind of taking it 1 year at a time, so there may be a request in the future to extend that timeline, also in conjunction with the the courthouse expansion.
So this is funding it all of next year?
This is funding it through, for another year, through December of 2022.
So as I said, knowing that, how how quick do they switch gears and how impactful it is to other rentals? So, you know, I'm just thinking, so we have the People's Fairgrounds and other opportunities that happen there, and it's wonderful to be able to hold court there, but so there's just more information about what that really looks like.
Yeah, in general, the circuit court has worked with Fair and Expo Center on certain dates where they vacate is it the Middle Sister? I forget which.
Isn't it the North Sister?
North, yes,
Yeah.
thank you, the North Sister. So there are weeks where they vacate it for other events that the Fair and Expo holds. So they have coordinated on that.
Is there any way we could do this for 6 months instead of a full year, or for Fair and Expo's purposes they have to plan for a year?
The request from the circuit court was through December of 2022. We're certainly happy to go back to the circuit court and pose that question or have them come in, but I don't feel comfortable answering that on behalf of the circuit court.
But yeah, there's more information there too, because is this an expectation of the new judges? I mean, I guess I don't have a feel for that at all, so.
Or yeah, is this a need because the new judges are going to max out the space? That's a good question.
Would the board like us to reschedule this item and include the circuit court trial administrator and possibly the presiding judge for the further discussion?
Or just a kind of a memo on the big picture too, you know, as I say, the fairgrounds itself, switching gears on and off with the courtroom, and then the court system itself. Do they think they're going to, so one of the values is having a courtroom available and a judge available, because then, you know, some things will get settled, because we heard about that, you know, when they're truly going to possibly go to you know.
The court.
Yeah, to the
Yes.
court session
Can
itself,
that
I guess,
happen?
whatever the truth. Yeah, if it's really going to happen, you know, it can really speed things up, because some people will settle right before that happens anyway. So I don't understand how much court time they're looking for, you know.
I mean, my one concern is, from the court's perspective, is this urgent? I mean, do they need us to make a decision and make an allocation right, you know, in the next couple weeks, or do we have time to ask some questions?
Or does it come out of the general fund and not out of our ARPA dollars?
There is time for more information and further discussion, and yes, right now the costs are being charged to it's non-departmental judicial, which is the county's general fund, because of the county's role with providing the court facility space.
Oh, interesting.
And is that being done like on a month-to-month basis, or?
It's quarterly we get the bills.
Quarterly.
Yeah, let's learn more about that, because, I mean, we're going to be a partner either way. I mean, we're going to make it happen. We're going to, yeah.
Sure, we'll be
Make sure
happy
it's
to get
positive.
more information.
The good news is the capacity of having it at the North Sisters is excellent, considering that we're going to be adding 2 new judges, the first of 2022. So, yes, thank goodness we have that capacity, and it's worked so well.
Yeah.
Thank you to the fairgrounds for their flexibility.
Well, so let's acknowledge that. So item 52, Circuit Court COVID prevention, which is rental. There's probably support. We're going to get more information. So, I mean, it's kind of like a placeholder already, is
Yeah,
what I would
we'll
think of
ask-
it as.
We'll ask for that information, get it to you, and then introduce it on a future ARPA update.
You agree with that?
Fine.
Okay. So back to this master plan assistance for homeless services campus in East Redmond.
If I could start on this item?
Sure.
This is a request from Oasis Village. We have James Cook and Bob Bohack that we're planning to attend today and answer questions and can speak better or more about their proposal. This is less about the master plan, but more about a proposal from Rogue Retreat to help plan for Oasis Village. And I see James Cook, looks like he's joining us, so if I could turn it over to Bob or James.
So Bob or James, please join us. I see Bob available. And yep, there we go, both of you. Whoever can get off mute first. Oh.
You want to go ahead, Bob, or should I?
We have a proposal from Rogue Retreat to help with the overall and long-term plan for the 10 acres that the county has made available for housing shelters, for transitional support for those who are houseless. And we would like to see the county support that by using ARPA funds for the proposal, slightly over $32,000. If you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them, or James. We also have available, if you wish, 2 individuals from Road Retreat who prepared the proposal, Matt Vorderstrasse, and I don't remember Phil's last name, but Phil is from Ashland.
Oh, great. They're available now. So yeah, this does bring up questions for me if we want to take a few minutes to really just get a vision about what we're thinking. Because my experience is you say homeless and everybody's kind of vision in their head goes in all kinds of directions about who's homeless, how they're going to get out of it, what are their conditions, and where they're going to be in the future. So yeah, it'd be great to have a little discussion about what we're thinking here. So when we refer to 10 acres in east of Redmond, that's an opportunity to think of it as a footprint, a place that it's going to be a starting point. Services aren't there, it's not a developed area, but it could be a developed area. So let's leave it at that. Yeah, so Matthew, if you want to join us.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've been doing is we've been meeting regularly with the group from Oasis Village to talk a lot about the experience that we've had down here in Medford. And so based on this proposal, our plan would be to really interface with Jericho Road and the Oasis Village Steering Committee and really kind of help them build a plan for developing regional capacity. Our goal would be to help them replicate Oasis Village based on our experience of running tiny house villages down here in Southern Oregon, and as well as helping them establish operational policies and create an operational plan. And then beyond that, we would also be working with that group to help train staff and community members as through our peer support specialist trainings, as well as other trainings on de-escalation and crisis intervention that we utilize to help with providing shelter services. And then the other piece is that we'll also be there to help provide input for a longer term strategic plan to really kind of build up the continuum that is being developed over there in the Deschutes County community.
Well, one of the big picture items is there ever a scenario where public safety is saying, there's an opportunity over here at a village and please don't be here? It's just that conundrum we're in right now. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, one of the things that we operate in partnership with the city of Medford and Jackson County down here is the urban campground that's located in Medford. The reason why that campground exists is because when COVID hit and a lot of the shelter-in-place orders went into place, we had a lot of folks that were camped along the Bear Creek Greenway that kind of runs the entire length of the Rogue Valley. During the summer, that area has a horrible fire risk. But because of the Boise court case, there was also a need for the city to really make sure that it has the shelter space available for individuals. That way they could restrict camping in areas where they could pose a significant safety risk. So because of working with of having the urban campground, which will soon have about 130 sites down here, we're able to have a partnership with the Medford Police Department livability team, where we actually go out and do outreach with folks into the camps. And then we use that relationship that we develop through that outreach to help do referrals over to our campground so that we can ideally move people along into an organized space where we could wrap supports around them. And so because of the campground and having that space available, it has made working with illegal camps and also moving people away from camping in illegal areas much easier.
Great. I mean, as I say, that's kind of the backstop of the whole big picture here, because, yeah.
Yes, our fire danger.
Yep.
We truly have it. And your group, I've heard, is not interested in coming over here and running the program because you have your hands full the other side of the mountain?
Yes, ma'am, we do. So we have a lot of obligations to our local community, from Ashland to now Grants Pass, to where we are currently standing up programming. And we've had a lot of different communities come to us looking at replicating the types of programming that we've done down here in Southern Oregon. And so we had to kind of identify where our threshold was and how far we could go. And Central Oregon is just a little bit far out of our service area right now for us to be able to come up there and provide services. But what we can do is provide technical assistance and training support so that your community can learn through our experience.
And I would just say that if local governments can help make the land available, the sites, and provide other kinds of enabling conditions, there is nothing to prevent some of the great homeless service providers that we have in our community from being able to do what Rogue Retreat does. They are ahead of us. It doesn't mean that they have skills that we don't have in our community. Learning from their experience would be extremely helpful.
So, talking about the jurisdictions, you're working with cities and counties. What does the money look like? So my thought is, if we fund, let's go do a master plan, and we're going to provide homeless services, and the plan's going to include each jurisdiction writing a check for X. What kind of experience do we have for that? Just as an expectation. Can anybody answer that? This is kind of going into an investment, understanding what the financial expectation might be.
I can speak.
Go ahead, Bob. Oh,
I can speak for Oasis Village in terms of, based on the history both at Opportunity Village down in Eugene and Hope Village in Medford. Their annual operating costs are between $200,000 and $250,000. My vision for that is shared expense. We would certainly be raising money in the community, going after grants, but we anticipate, based on past results at other places, that there will be cost savings to the healthcare system and also to law enforcement. And there would be a modest amount on the order of $5,000 per month that would be useful to help the long-term cost sharing for Oasis Village.
And we do have a previous request for ARPA funding that's on your spreadsheet of $367,000. But part of this process is, if we participate in the full 10 acres, that we will be changing somewhat our plans and providing facilities that could be used by the whole 10 acres. So we will be coming back with an ARPA request. And again, we're talking about Oasis Village at this point. The idea of the 10-acre campus is something that's fairly new to our planning. And part of this master planning process is to do the due diligence so we can come back with good numbers for the commission, for the city to consider as other proposals are put forward for the rest of that 10 acres.
Okay.
And just to clarify, James, today's proposal for $32,000 is to hire Rogue Retreat to help consult on how to start up the Oasis Village, which is on the 2 acres. Separately, there's a discussion about a master plan for the 10 acres just for other potential projects or uses. Is that right?
Right, yeah, we've been in discussion about putting together the master plan, but our goal is that Rogue Retreat and the information we get out of this study would inform that master plan, would be a big part of putting that together as well for the larger site. Except for the changes we would have to make to be part of a larger campus, we really have in place, we think, the information we need for Oasis Village, continuing our work with Rogue Retreat that they've been doing with us all along. And just as an aside, since Hayden Homes was getting a lot of good PR earlier in the meeting, I would just mention that we've been working closely with Hayden Homes, building on what they've done at Veterans Village and St. Vincent's Village to move forward in building our site.
That's great news.
I was hoping to add one more thing to that too, as we go through this process of helping not only stand up Oasis Village, but also create kind of a long-term plan. One of the things that we would also look to do is help Oasis Village kind of replicate the funding model that we found down here in Southern Oregon, which would be to hopefully help them leverage out to get resources from CAP agencies, from local municipalities, as well as the county, and then also hopefully coordinated care organizations, because the work that we end up doing with Oasis Village and other programs like that has a direct impact on social determinants of health, and the medical community oftentimes sees a huge cost savings as a result of this work. So we'll also be working with helping them create a sustainability model for funding.
So Matthew, do you have any operations in your in Medford and Grants Pass that are like at 8 acres?
So we don't have any sites that are that large. We're actually in the process of looking for them, because what we would like to do at this point, if we could redo everything that we've done down here in Southern Oregon, is when you have multiple sites spread across scattered areas, you end up with a large overhead of staffing. And so what we would like to do strategically in the future, if we could, down here in Southern Oregon, is find a large enough campus that we could consolidate programs onto. That way we could have one large staff crew that could help operate multiple programs and sites. And so honestly, I'm a little bit envious of the opportunity Oasis Village has with that additional space. Because if we could go back 5 years ago when we started doing this type of sheltering work, we would definitely go that route with building a larger complex.
Thank you. I thought I'd heard something similar, that, we do have that opportunity and where it's located. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
So master plan assistance for homeless service campus in East Redmond, who's going to receive a check if that's funded?
The check would likely go to either Oasis Village, the nonprofit, or to Rogue Retreat.
Is there an Oasis Village nonprofit at this time?
Yes, there is. We have fiscal sponsorship through Jericho Road.
Okay, yeah, so that just helps us to understand more. Did you have?
If I might also, one last thing to tag on, we have through Hayden Homes received an offer from Heart of Oregon Corps to construct our first tiny sleeping unit. There'll be a kickoff in January at Opportunity Foundation facilities in Redmond, and at that time, from a donation from the Rotary, we will begin the construction of that. Heart of Oregon Corps will be doing the hands-on building.
So we were just talking about the Veterans Village. You might have heard our conversation. We think of it as a transitional housing facility. I had the same input, the fact that, after about 15 people, it becomes, factions, or, there's groups that end up getting created. Do you have any kind of rule of thumb about what we're envisioning for Oasis Village? Question specifically, is this a transitional facility or a permanent living facility?
This is a strictly transitional. Our design would be for anything from 3 months to 2 years, depending on the availability of low-income housing that the individuals in the village could transition into. And beyond that, Matt has the experience with individuals who are there. We would plan to open with about 10 to 12 units, and we have with 2 acres, we would have the room to go up to as many as are in Opportunity as well as Hope Village, approximately 30 plus. But that would depend on funding and on the advisability of a village that size.
Well, yeah, and you could design, where you go to one village and the other village instead of just, making a big dense group of small housing units. So, there's designs that you can do that. So it's just how you manage that.
Yeah, we would still want Oasis Village kind of in and of its own unit. The other possible shelter types that have been so far discussed for the 10 acres would be something like an urban campground. Both of them low barrier, but with different ideas in terms of what's allowed and where one could transition into other possibilities for shelter units. The reason we would like to get into some long-term planning so we know what is to be there. With Bethlehem Inn opening up, we have a high barrier shelter now in Redmond, and certainly we would be coordinating with Bethlehem as well as Shepherd's House, soon to be shelter, in terms of where individuals might transition to or from.
So I would think that maybe we put some very specific, smaller steps in here. One village, 12 to 15 units, whatever support, possibly to be duplicated. And we need to talk about, are you really designing for 10 acres or not? Christy Bollinger stepped up, property
Thank you,
manager.
Commissioner DeBonne. So I just wanted to go over one thing. So we're kind of talking about two different things. We have Oasis Village and the opportunity to partner with Rogue Retreat to bring them on to help with kind of the operational layout. How's this all going to function and whatnot? And that's specific to Oasis Village. Then we also have kind of the land use master planning that we want to look at. The board had instructed staff to look at what we could do on this 10-acre parcel. That could include, RV parking, low-barrier RV parking, designated tent camping, as well as Oasis Village. So we also would like to discuss with the board the opportunity to get some funding for this sort of master planning land use portion, which is again separate from the Rogue Retreat proposal. Not to say, though, that Rogue Retreat, Oasis Village, Jericho, all the partners on this would help inform what the master plan, the land use portion would look like. So in terms of the master planning, we are getting quotes from consultants that would include engineering and planning to kind of master plan the 10 acres. So we don't have a dollar amount to share with you today, but we just wanted to be clear, Eric and I wanted to be clear on that really there's two portions to this.
And I think that's right what I was starting to see, there's pieces.
Are we talking 10 acres or 8 acres, Christy?
So there's 10 acres that the board had asked staff to look at. What could we do on this 10 acres in East Redmond? So Oasis Village would be 2 acres of that 10, but we would like to look at the 10 acres holistically on how to plan it out to accommodate Oasis Village, potentially tent camping and potentially RV parking.
Right.
And so the $32,000 that we're talking about today, that engineering design cost that you were, that we would retain some consultants to work on for us, that is in terms of dollars, that is a separate thing.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I don't want to, speak for Hayden, but my understanding with talking with Jeff Harris with Hayden is their involvement on this 10 acres is specifically pro bono for Oasis Village. And so they're going to help bring in engineers and they have Hayes McCoy on, for instance. So Hayes McCoy is providing pro bono work for that project. But we also have the additional 8 acres that we need to kind of bring into the fold so that we properly plan out these potential 3 very distinct uses.
And as we're thinking about things like utilities for just the beginning 2 acres, you might as well, we have this project of getting utilities across the road, so you might as well size stuff appropriately so that it could serve the eventual 10 acres. And that's where the Oasis Village people need to worry about, kind of the infrastructure for the whole 10 acres, just to get infrastructure for their 2 acres.
Yeah, to really take the opportunity with economies of scale. So as we move through this planning phase or looking at this holistically, we're taking all that into consideration, like you just said.
So if there is funding right now, what's the deliverable, or are we just, Are we giving it to an organization to go dream? I'm trying to figure, how are we going to coordinate these
32,000
things?
is something that they would start the project. I believe when I had a conversation with James Cook the other morning, that the 32,000 would enable that portion of the project to start. And it sounds like, Christy, you're working with people where we don't have dollars yet, so we're not aware of those costs.
Yeah, we don't have the cost yet. We're working on getting that again, quotes from consultants that could, help with that would help facilitate the master planning effort. So we don't have that to share with you today. My point in coming up here was just to make, to help the board see that these are two different things that need to probably concurrently happen with the 10 acres.
So big picture is, I'm excited to dream and be able to make some of this happen. For right now, if we write a check, I don't have a feel for what it's going towards. Master planning assistance, who's going to write, if we write a check of $32,000 to the Oasis Group, sponsored by Jericho Road, what's the first expense that you would write a check for, Bob, if you had that money?
It would be to engage Rogue Retreat to help us understand the capacity in terms of increased service providers for the area, as well as get everybody, county, hopefully members of the city, elected officials, staff, and the service providers that have been identified by a previous, about 2 years ago, some scoping that was done with meetings through Jericho Road with Jen Rusk, so that that's all coordinated and that it's done in a fashion that will truly assist houseless individuals get out of the junipers and do it in a cost-effective and manner that is suitable for the people who are seeking our assistance.
Well, so we're going to write you a check. You're going to ask Rogue Retreat to come consult, and then you're going to invite the commissioners to a meeting. I'm just thinking, is there a different way to do this? And not that it's wrong, I'm just trying to make sure we're going down the path. James?
Two of the deliverables that I've heard mentioned so far are a plan for Oasis Village, not the master plan, that's separate, but a plan for Oasis Village and training. Training is, you walk away from training with new abilities and skills. There's not a thing but that is, in my mind, a really important deliverable of this project. Are there other specific deliverables that James or Bob you want to mention? Because I think that's what Commissioner DeBonne wants to hear.
Yeah, part of this is when these 10 acres, the county came to Oasis with the idea of those 10 acres. Which was a little overwhelming to us, quite frankly. And we feel still that we don't currently have the capacity or the resources or the experience to manage a project of that size. But we were excited to be part of that project. And part of what bringing in Rogue Retreat for this is to help us understand the larger scope, help build capacity, not just with Oasis, but also in Central Oregon to manage a spot like that and help identify what group could do that. And as part of this, we also plan separately, not Rogue Retreat, but it would work with them to put together a group of about 12 of our local service providers, representative from the county and city, to be part of this discussion. Part of that would be education, part of it is planning, so that we can come back to you with a really comprehensive plan that's done the work and does look at the big picture. But, Oasis Village was not looking at the big picture. We were looking at Oasis Village. Now we're trying to look at the big picture, and we need Rogue Retreat's help to do that. And a lot of what we learn here, I think, will be beneficial to other groups, whether it's the city of Bend trying to do a managed camp, the county trying to do another project outside of Bend. The information and the resources we're bringing into Central Oregon will, are for Oasis Village, but they are going to inform the larger discussion as well. So I think that's really one of the most important aspects of this.
So Commissioners, if I may, so about a week ago, you received a letter from Oasis Village about the project, and attached to that, there was, I think, a 3-page proposal from Rogue Retreat, basically prescribing what their services would include, so. And deliverables.
Yeah, so I haven't studied that in depth. I guess that's my fault for, there may be a little disconnect on that. But we've done a lot of stuff here, for
I'm ready to
sure.
move forward on this proposal. I would propose, or I'd move that we support this proposal for
$32,050.
$32,050.
And I will second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for an authorization of that amount. So any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes, I do have a question, James. Do you know if Bethlehem Inn has started taking residents yet?
They have. I'm not sure exactly how many they have. They opened, and the day afterwards, their water heater went out. So that was being repaired this week, and then they'll be increasing their capacity. But yes, they have definitely started taking clients.
Great. I saw Gwen a couple days ago, so.
So I didn't get on, I'd like to abstain from that vote, which means 2-0, I guess. I mean, is that, because I did not do my homework on it, and I'm just not, so, and as I say, I'm not even, I just want to explain. I mean, if we're empowering a nonprofit effort, which is fine, to go do good work, a village effort, we're providing the land, but the outcome is, okay, we made the plan, and here's your bill for the future expenses for the rest of time. I'm just hesitant to think that we're paying for somebody to come back to us and ask us for money for the rest of time on this. It's just a tricky situation, and I, as I say, I'm not judging that by saying that. I can kind of see it coming.
I don't believe that they're asking for assistance for the rest of time. I just think they're trying to get us up to the same level that they've been at, is how I understood it. Their expertise, if they can't come over here and do it.
Oh, yeah, no, and
we're 3 hours out of their area.
I'm just saying the big picture, the community expectation of, okay, we're going to manage homelessness as long as government pays for it. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, I mean, people buy houses, people have jobs, people work hard, and we want to provide public safety, we want to help the most in need, but there's just this next thing that's starting to happen, which is we're going to help manage a lot of people as long as government pays for it. I just want to slow that expectation down, and I'm not focused on anybody here specifically. I'm just laying it out.
I would also just say, this 10 acres was your vision. This is, Oasis Village didn't come to us specifically asking for 10 acres or 2 acres in this spot. But this is something that, it's my impression that we are inviting partners to help us build out a 10-acre complex with a continuum of facilities. And if we are doing that, if that's what we're doing, if we're asking people to help us envision and create a 10-acre, a 10-acre campus with a continuum of facilities, then part of that should be demonstrating to the partners who are stepping forward that, we appreciate.
We're actually, we're willing partners.
We are partners. We're not just passively sitting back and waiting for people to bring us, fully fleshed out, brilliant ideas. We're actually co-creating with people and doing our share.
Well, I thought it was really excellent for Rogue to say today that really they're looking back at the consolidation that the 8 acres, the 10-acre property is going to be for what we are offering. So if they're actually thinking about changing their model from having small ones everywhere, I think that's, they've learned a lot, and they're like, okay, you guys actually have an opportunity to do something that's even better than what we've done. So I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a great thing to hear. I mean, and it's good that we're going to improve on previous efforts. I said my piece. I mean, as I say, I'm trying to be judgmental.
Right, move on.
I'm explaining what I'm struggling with. So, okay, is there another item on here? So, yeah, South County Quick Response Unit. So this is from Lapine Fire. Do we want to respond to that today possibly or not. So this was a letter received. A quick response unit is a vehicle, and gurneys is some of the equipment for the medical response ambulances, I'm thinking.
Could we wait and do this, like in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I'd be happy.
Yes, I think, I would hope that they'll be okay till we make that decision. It's not that I don't want to do it, I think we could wait for 2 weeks.
I am concerned about this request. So basically, we've just been through a pretty substantial process to enable contracting of additional private capacity in South County. And I hope that that's going to make a difference in terms of being able to provide effective life-saving service in South County. But then to kind of receive this request immediately after that, I think is it raises questions for me about whether we just spent a whole lot of time thinking about that private capacity question, and it's not, it doesn't, whether that actually is going to put a dent in the problem, right? Is asking for, additional funds afterwards, like saying, yeah, we really wanted that other thing, but like it doesn't, it doesn't make a difference, and so we need financial assistance as well. Because if that's kind of the way it plays out, then it calls into question, how much time we had to spend on the authorization of the private capacity. That's, I want to see in South County working, I want to see emergency services working effectively, but I just want to make sure that we are spending our efforts and time and resources on the right things to get them there.
Well, we can either do our homework, or one of us could advocate specifically for this ask, or it won't be responded to. We could ask all kinds of questions around that. And I got the request too, and I'm not ready to proceed on that at this time. But we can bring it back for discussion next time around. Okay. Anything else?
Was there a fourth?
No, there were only 3. I was wrong.
Okay. Seeing nothing else, great discussions today, and are we set, Greg?
We're good. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break, and we'll be back after that for a 1 o'clock item. Yeah, that's just enough. Okay, welcome back. This is our afternoon session. Today's board meeting, item number 22, consideration of a memorandum of understanding between Crook County and Deschutes County relating to the George Milliken Road. It's an important truck route.
All right, good afternoon, Board. Chris Doty, Road Department Director, for the record. Oregon Department of Transportation has a very direct stakeholder relationship with the freight community. As you can imagine, one of the primary functions of that state highway system is to move freight to and through our communities. ODOT consults with freight via their Mobility Advisory Committee when projects impact freight mobility within the confines of a project. And this involves working with the freight folks with the various roundabout projects that are on the table and actually under construction here in Deschutes County. In conversations related to the roundabout at US 20 and Hamby Ward, ODOT pledged to work with Crook and Deschutes County regarding the importance of George Milliken Road as a freight corridor in Central Oregon. The project certainly, those impacts at Ward Hamby elevates the necessity of George Milliken Road to help provide freight connectivity to and through Central Oregon, to especially keep large freight out of congested urban areas. Pardon me.
Uh-oh.
Reading glasses. We're getting real close.
Writing.
So with that, Board, in an effort to be responsive to the concerns of the freight community, ODOT has negotiated, sorry, need to pull my mask down for a second.
There you go, yeah.
ODOT has negotiated a memorandum of understanding with Crook and Deschutes County related to the operation of George Milliken Road. Before you is that MOU. It describes kind of three primary things. The first is it recognizes George Milliken Road as a route of significant importance for freight to accommodate oversized loads. The second is that Crook and Deschutes maintain George Milliken Road at the same level of service that we have in the past. And the third suggests that should projects impact the ability of George Milliken Road to serve oversized freight in the future, that we will all work together to make sure that those projects are addressed, that we continue to provide that level of service that we have there today. And should additional resources be necessary for the functionality of George Milliken Road, we can work together to try to make that happen. So, in summary, Board, that's the essence of the MOU that you have before you. It's to basically address, freight and their concerns and with the roundabout projects that have taken place, and to, provide kind of a heightened level of importance and a hot light shined on George Milliken Road as providing that important alternative freight route for moving freight through Deschutes County. So with that, Board, Crook County did sign this MOU at their December 1st meeting, and Gary Farnsworth with ODOT awaits our signature. He's promised the freight community to try to have this done within this calendar year. So I'd be happy to take any questions. And sorry, I've lost my breath.
Oh, there you go, no problem.
Yeah.
So, and I've kind of been involved in some of the freight community meetings. This comes from the Highway 20 discussion between Sisters and Bend with the roundabouts that are coming around, some kind of give and take and big picture. How do you get those large loads, across the state, east and west through the middle of the state? There's a bigger picture around this, and this is just one of those routes that's very important. When you have a mega load, it's interesting, there's the radius, the opportunity to, move in any direction with a really big truckload is really important.
I got to sit in on a couple of those freight mobility committee meetings as well, and saw how strongly the freight community felt about these roundabouts. And if this commitment on George Milken Road is something that they really appreciate, and for freight users really presents a viable alternative to coming through. I mean, if you're going to come through 20 and then you have to go through Bend already, I mean, I wouldn't want to drive a big truck through that. But if this is something that the freight community really appreciates, then I'm 100% supportive.
Yeah. And in summary, it doesn't require us to do anything that we really don't do already. We're basically acknowledging that this is a very important route, which they don't need to tell us. We understand that already. To maintain it at its current level of service, which we intend to do, and primarily in partnership with Crook County, as they do a lot of the snow and ice maintenance for us, because they're maintaining that route for 23 miles, so we pay them to go the extra 7. And but mostly, should something happen, should the maintenance not keep up, it will allow us and ODOT and Crook County to sit down and recognize, hey, we need to steer some grant funding, some state funding towards this. Certainly the potential for jurisdictional transfer, might exist in the future, should conditions deteriorate and ODOT need to take it over for state highway purposes. So.
But you weren't referring for Deschutes County to give our portion to Crook County, but the state.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has become more than just Crook County tapping into Highway 20. It's certainly something, in terms of moving big windmill parts and other oversized loads through the state of Oregon. And I'm not sure that was ever envisioned for it when it was kind of put together in 2005, but that's happened. And so I think, again, the freight community does appreciate that we're here talking about this and recognizing its importance to them.
Yep.
Anything to keep our truckers respected and happy. I think it's very important. They clearly have some issues with roundabouts, so I can understand why this is good.
With that, I move approval of an MOU between Crook County, Deschutes County, and ODOT relating to joint obligations to maintain and operate George Milken Road for freight use and accommodation.
I second the motion.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Great, thank you.
Board.
Item number 23, consideration of acceptance as a victim assistance grant. And this will be online. Here's Ashley. Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hi, Ashley.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, so I'm here before you today. It's time for the acceptance of our formula grant. Just to remind you, this is the Victims of Crime Act and the Criminal Fine Account funding that are formula grants. So that's non-competitive money that's routed to the Victims Assistance Program to help us provide the vital services that we do. So hoping you would consider approving and accepting these funds. And then we'll also need board signature on that grant, which should be hopefully attached to your items.
Yes. So, yep, we've got it here. I'm sure Sharon will help us with the paperwork on this. This is definitely the edge of the formula grant. So this is it. This is the kind of the commitment from the state that for our operations here, we're going to provide these dollars.
Yes.
Ashley, is your program now fully funded with full-time employees? The staff?
If this meeting were 2 weeks ago, I'd be able to tell you yes.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So I did receive notice that I will have somebody leaving my program on the 17th. That job is currently posted, so hopefully we'll get someone in there quickly.
You're talking December 17th, like Friday? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see that this is funding for 3. So, good news.
We're kind of collecting data on workforce recruitment and retention challenges. Do you have any insights to share with us from your from this experience or this particular instance?
This particular staff person received an offer they couldn't turn down. I think there are a lot of employers in the private sector that are making very generous offers, payment wise. And so this employee just didn't feel like they could pass it up. And this opportunity also had travel, which there isn't much opportunity for travel in my position. So those were his feedback.
Yeah.
Still local.
No.
No. Okay. So having to leave the community to take this new opportunity. Interesting.
Correct.
Thank you.
What about the state? Are they leaving the state? No. Yeah, yes, they're leaving the state. Okay.
Oh, yeah, is there a motion?
Yes, so move
Yeah, no.
that
document.
requesting grant permission to accept this grant and sign the grant. Is it chair signature? And consider extending, well, we didn't discuss extending the limited duration positions.
Oh, yeah, so do we need to acknowledge that, limited duration positions?
I think that'll come back to
extension?
the resolution.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So we're just, bringing this back for the business portion of this, okay. Yeah. It's been motioned and seconded to show support, and then we'll do some business behind this afterwards also.
Great.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Okay,
Thank you
good to
guys so
see
much,
you.
and thank you, Sharon, for the help with the paperwork.
Very good.
Yes.
Thanks
Nice to see you.
thanks for all you're doing over there.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great afternoon and stay safe.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too.
Item number 24, Arts and Culture Grant Review. Got a wonderful binder here. This was tricky to get to because all the other stuff going on. I was able to flip through it, but now we'll work through it real time.
Thank you. Let's try to put this a little bit bigger here. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right. Thank you. So for the record, Laura Skundrick, Administrative Analyst. During your video lottery fund allocation in the spring, you designated $25,000 for the 2022 Arts and Culture Grant Program, which is dedicated to supporting art and cultural initiatives in Deschutes County. For some background information on the program, there are 3 categories that we ask for an organization's program or project to address. These include seeking to increase arts and culture opportunities in Deschutes County, making arts and culture education available to Deschutes County residents, and/or contributing to the local economy. And these items are addressed within each application. So this year we received 16 applications, which is more than any year that we have in the past. And those requests total $60,500. So today I'm here to review those applications with you and determine those awards. So I'm happy if you would like to go through each one. I'm happy to just begin at the top.
Yep. Today's one of those days. Let's go from the top to the bottom, yeah.
All right.
Laura, can I ask one kind of broader question first? So we're using video lottery funds to support this arts and culture grant program. Did that come recommended to us from the state, or did the county create, at some point, decide, yes, we're going to create within the lottery funds, we're going to carve out a certain amount for an arts and culture program?
That is a great question. I know it began in 2018. I'm not sure. Dave, do you?
Yeah, this was something the county added as falling under the umbrella of allowable uses for the video lottery funds for economic development. And I know there's a paper trail. I believe Judith, ran that to ground back when to make sure that this was proper for those funds. I don't know where that document is at the moment, but I'm sure I could find it. It's probably somewhere in your historic files as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to find that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are great projects that will really enrich our community in a lot of ways. As I look down the list, there are at least a few that I could picture funding through other sources. Notably, I just wanted to throw this out there because $60,000 a request for $25,000 is a pretty hard thing to face. But notably, I thought there were at least three proposals in here that are major tourism generators. And, with that, I would, kind of to go back to our discussion of, what are we doing with, our unrestricted, unallocated transient room tax revenues? I could certainly see kicking a little bit of those funds into a pool like this, specifically to support arts and culture projects that will bring people here to spend money and generate more transient room tax revenue. Just wanted to throw that out because, I was having a real hard time with picturing us whittling $60,000 worth of requests down to $25,000.
So it's like 40%, it's 41%.
Just about 41% could be funded for each request.
I know, if we were going to do all of them, so. And some of them are brand new, so you've done an excellent job at reaching out to the community, or the community's seen this opportunity on our website.
Yes, the word has gotten out.
Yes, no, this is great.
If my fellow commissioners are open to that idea of using a little bit of transient room tax revenue, I think that Bend Film, the Sun River Music Festival, and the Tower Theater Bend A Cappella Festival are three that just jumped out at me as, okay, these are going to bring people here, lots of people here, to spend money in our community that might not otherwise be coming here, and that to me seems like an appropriate use for transient room tax revenue.
We also have the opportunity, this is the Video Lottery Fund. It's kind of our annual spreadsheet, which we have a little work session on putting that spreadsheet together. This is our one line item in there. There'll be some rollover funds or, it's our choice to be in that $25,000 bracket. So I'm just saying there is flexibility. Just like we do with ARPA dollars, there's a bigger pool here, and we're committing to this piece of it.
Is there video lottery funding that is not currently directed to a specific bucket?
There is, yes. I spoke with Greg about that, and he confirmed there's over $420,000 of unbudgeted fund balance in the fund. And that's due to higher than expected state lottery proceeds.
You just said $420,000? Okay. And we have allocated $25,000 here.
Mm-hmm.
And has it always been 25,000 since 2018 or whenever this started, or?
No, the first couple years were 30,000, and then the next couple were 20,000, and then a slight increase this year with 25.
Commissioner Chang, what were the three you mentioned? Bend Film?
Bend Film.
Sun River Music Festival and Tower
Sun River, okay, yeah.
A Cappella Festival. That they would bring more or less people. I mean,
Yep.
the Tower Theater Foundation, an a cappella festival, that's like a niche thing, but I mean, there's a lot of people who come to town for Bend Film or for the Sun River Music Festival, so.
Well, that's taking out 12,000.
Well, yeah, so you're supportive of that? I mean,
Well,
for us, it's.
or actually, if we have 420,000, you're saying in the lottery fund that we haven't allocated. Because it's been accumulating, the sales have been much more than what they expected, right? So we could actually do more than the 25.
Yeah, so-
Greg would agree with that?
So maybe.
He'll have to if we choose.
The
Greg, where are
transient
you?
room tax was one idea. Another idea would be to just bump this up to 35 or 40,000.
Right, I think we could do that.
Or kind of work our way into the number that we think's right, like we just did, I mean,
It's
knowing that we're probably gonna go past 25.
Yeah, it's just hard for me. If I'm thinking 25, then I'm gonna squeeze pretty hard on these. But if I'm thinking maybe 40, then it allows me to, as we work through the list, to think differently.
Well, and it looks like there's support for,
Okay.
for that flexibility.
Great.
Okay. Starting at the top.
All right, let's get started. So the first applicant is Beat Children's Theater. They are requesting $5,000. This funding would support general program operations related to their productions and those related costs, including in-school educational outreach. The costs may include royalties, scripts, printing, staff support, props, sets, makeup, and promotion. Their target population is 4 to 19 years old, and with the program, they anticipate reaching about 2,000 children and adults participating, viewing, and assisting over the 6-month period.
See, I don't have a real connection to this.
It's brand new, but
sounds like
it's
a-
for
yeah.
children. Do you know,
Well, I mean, they haven't made a request before, but Beat Children's Theater has been around for a long time, and it serves a lot of kids. And this particular proposal is focused, I think on kids who otherwise might not be able to afford to participate.
yes, the 501c3 is from 2006.
Yeah, so
So,
new to our grant pool, grant application pool, but a long-standing project.
$2,500?
What about
$4,000?
4? Why don't we do 4?
Okay.
It's for children.
4,000 sounds great.
You
A
know,
lot of these are going to be.
I know, well, I think that's wonderful.
Okay, yeah, 4,000 is fine.
Okay. This is Bend Film. They're requesting $4,000. The funding would be used for their 2022 Bend Film Festival marketing, education, and expansion. The goal is to increase awareness and attendance for the festival by enhancing their year-round outreach and expanding the festival-related activities to additional locations throughout the county. The outreach would include online, print, and physical media targeted to residents throughout Deschutes County. And they plan to showcase about 110 independent locally produced films each year, and they estimate this infuses about $1 million into the region through local media, printing, design, and payroll for creative employees.
I pitched $3,000 for this project.
3,000.
Here we go. There's a theme already here.
1,000 less.
Yeah.
Cascade Chorale Association is requesting $2,500. This funding will be used towards scholarships that help to ensure local singing talent can participate in the musical education and performance opportunities offered by the chorale, regardless of financial status. So the scholarship includes basic registration fees, concert attire, and some additional costs for 1 whole year.
Yes, they have quite a history, starting in
Yeah.
decades ago.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, maybe this will be a time for some of the arts to come back after a COVID year or two,
Right.
and what are we going to do in the community? So it's exciting to be able to invest in these programs.
And it is, some of these things aren't the main reason that tourists come here, but they are a really important secondary reason that tourists come here. And so, in terms of, as an economic development strategy, investing in the arts is a good one.
As I talked with some of the applicants this year, that was the reoccurring theme. Everyone is very excited and jumping at the bit to get out and get these programs
Yeah.
going again.
And even being able to practice for the possibility of getting out
Yeah.
is what some of these investments are.
Yes, yes, can you sing now?
Yeah. Or should you sing in public? We'll find that out.
Outside, at least.
Yeah.
So can we do the 2,500, just to kind of give them that step up?
I support that.
All right, Central Oregon Center for the Arts is requesting $5,000. The funding would be used to help cover the cost of the Center for the Arts Discovery Study. The estimated total of that is $80,000. The study will help to determine questions the community has about where and when to build the center, how long it will take, what the total cost might be, and how to finance it. So just as a reminder, in 2020, you awarded the Center for the Arts $5,000 toward their feasibility study at that time. That was put on hold for about 18 months due to the pandemic. So they requested an extension, which the board granted. They are now restarting that same process, but calling it a discovery study now. So it's the same process, just a different name. And I just received their completion report for that project, and they have spent that initial $5,000 toward the deposit for a consulting group to conduct the study. So they have secured that and are now requesting an additional $5,000 to continue the process.
So should we put the 2021 5,000? I mean, it was spent, right? Is what you just said. Okay, all right. So they're asking for another 5, and I know they have done a presentation to the board a couple of years ago, and they definitely got caught with COVID. So.
So there was an award made, but then the funding actually wasn't conveyed, or they didn't.
We paid them. Then they, once everything shut down, they realized they were going to be putting a pause on the study, and so they requested that they receive the extension to spend the money. So they just recently spent it, but we paid that to them in 2019.
Okay, so but then this is an additional 5,000.
Correct.
I mean, I had some questions about this one. I know that a key feature of the library bond was a proposal for something like a major performing arts center, or, auditorium, and I didn't see in the write-up for this one, I didn't see any crossover with that. Like any sort of like, hey, we're in touch with the library about what they're doing, and we're going to kind of riff off of that. So that's just one concern that I have.
But they're cross-referencing the City of Bend, Bend Cultural Tourism, Central Oregon Symphony, COCA Board of Directors, the college, and Central Oregon Master Singers. So they are working with the community.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's just that the one entity that we know has millions of dollars already allocated to it to create some kind of performing arts facility, they didn't reference. So it just seemed a little odd to me.
I'm thinking maybe we stand by and just get to know the situation. I think we were in that same situation last time. It's like, yeah, well, it's something we kind of like to do, but it's kind of unclear what we would be investing in. Another way to go is maybe $1,000 or $2,000, just as just X amount to, just make something move forward a little bit.
Let's do 2,000, and then let's ask them to come in and talk to us.
Or just give us all,
Yeah.
whoever wants to advocate at this time. Because, I mean, they're when the center is built, that's the concept. So it's another, just like you're saying, it's another big capital. It's going to be a community ask somehow. I don't know if it's not under a library district, I don't know who's going to fund, who's going to, if it's a bond or, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the amount?
2,000.
Okay. There we go.
Next up is the Central Oregon Writers Guild. They're requesting $1,500. These would be used to secure professional writers facilitating the 2022 writing workshops for Central Oregon writers, either virtually or in person. The Visiting Writer Program seeks to expand the education and learning of members and potentially draw new members. Their target population is writers that are high school age and higher, and they anticipate about 75 to 100 people taking part in the workshops, and potentially more with that virtual option.
And it says that the Deschutes Public Library has helped in the past with marketing and hosting. So anyway, that's good to see. I think if we do the 1,500, they've added a little bit each year, but I think it's an important program.
Okay. 1,500.
All right, next is Dry Canyon Arts Association requesting $5,000. This would be used to purchase art supplies needed for students to paint a mural in the downtown Redmond area. Supplies may include paint, brushes, scaffolding, and ladders, and the students will work with an artist in residence to create and execute the mural. All Redmond School District middle schoolers will be invited to participate to submit drawings and essays, and then 20 to 25 students will be chosen to take part in the painting, with friends and family invited to watch. A ribbon cutting ceremony will take place once the mural is finished, and they anticipate about 100 to 200 people from around the community to attend.
It's a really cool project. It is a big jump up from prior awards.
It is.
I would support 3,000, 4,000.
That sounds fine.
Something.
Yeah, three.
Right, Ellipse Theater Community is requesting $5,000. The funding would be used toward the launch of their educational program, and this will support scholarship funds, venue costs, instructor compensation, personal stipends, marketing, and workshop materials. The educational program is geared toward providing learning opportunities to a broad range of both adults and youth, addresses various artistic disciplines, including dance, instrumental, vocal, and acting. Their target population is those 65 and older, as well as a racially and economically diverse range of children and their families. So they anticipate each of their 4 workshops will have about 20 participants.
Now, they just got their tax ruling, so they're very new in May, the end of May, from the IRS.
2,500?
I think, yes. It gets them a good start, it gets them a start.
Well, this is an exciting thing. Each one of these efforts, there could be some good local arts and entertainment.
I'm a little hesitant to make a really big investment in a brand new organization, but I could go to 2,500.
Okay, let's do that.
All right, High Desert Mural Festival is requesting $5,000. Funding will be used to support the multi-year project of painting interior murals in the downtown Bend parking garage in partnership with the city of Bend. The costs may include artist fees, promotional materials, video production, insurance, and wall protection supplies. So their goal is to enhance the public arts culture of Central Oregon and help foster local visual arts education. The project will contract with local artists for painting about 6 to 8 murals next year, and then in 2023 focus on garage pillars.
Good way, instead of having to paint your own facility, have somebody put a mural on it.
Well, one of the things they also said in there was this is a good way to fend off graffiti.
Yeah,
art.
yeah.
So,
Instead of priming it and painting it white.
there are a lot of people who, there are definitely a lot of people who use the downtown Bend parking garage. Prior awards, were only in the, $2,000 or $1,000 range, so, I don't know if we need to go all the way up to 5, but I would support a, middle of the range.
What about 2,500? We did do 2 in 18 and 19.
2,500 sounds all right?
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
It'll buy some paint.
Getting through it.
High Desert Museum is requesting $4,000. The funding supports the Little Wonders program. This ensures that young learners from low-income families in Deschutes County have access to arts and culture experiences. The Little Wonders program directly serves Head Start families in Deschutes County. They provide over 400 families with free memberships, and, as well as gas cards. They also host family night events and estimate that about 100 families will make repeat visits to the museum.
So we've definitely shown support over the years on that. And, Head Start families, that's really valuable for everybody to be able to go together as a family.
And my grandparents' sawmill is at the back of the
There you go.
museum. And
it's still.
like my grandparents, that was the most special,
Yeah.
when it was in Ukiah. So anyway,
How about
I love that they have this program.
3,500,
That sounds fine.
working our way up. Good.
Okay, Sagebrushers Art Society requests $2,000. Their funding would be used toward a heating and electrical upgrade in the facility, replacing the 1980 gas furnace and allowing operations of the gallery and studio to continue year-round, while also reducing monthly heating costs due to a more efficient system. They're currently receiving bids for this upgrade and could not provide an estimate for the total project, but
Well, it says we sold them the facility for $1 in the 19s. I don't know
And
what.
the furnace
building
is
this
from the
Does anybody
1980s,
know?
so they definitely got the use out of it.
Yeah, so I don't know what building this is, I guess. I don't have a feel for it.
I thought it sounded like it's got a very attractive name.
Yeah, I appreciate that facilities are, adequate facilities are necessary to do programming, but definitely the programming proposals, they pull at my heartstrings a lot more than a new furnace.
They do bring in almost 20,000 in income for this year. Or actually, no, it's from October till 22. So, they do have membership dues. They do some fundraising.
They're expecting an $8,000 to $10,000 project here, so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm supportive of $1,000 or.
Okay.
And then maybe there's a grant
Yeah,
we
and they
can help them find.
Yeah. It helps. It'll help. There you go, $1,000.
Scale House is requesting $2,000. Funding would be used to support the Voices program, a series of free talks featuring artists of diverse disciplines such as art and design. Costs may include speaker honorariums, video and streaming platform fees, recording and editing fees, as well as marketing. And they anticipate about 75 attendees for each of the 4 workshops, reaching about 300 people total.
Oh my gosh, they didn't ask for more. They asked for their 2,000.
We provided a discretionary grant recently in this year, too.
Yeah.
Like last
Yeah,
months
the
ago.
first quarter, yes, $1,820.
What was that, 1820? Do you know what was the
The
ask?
first quarter?
I believe that was their BIPOC exhibition.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was for a specific art exhibit.
Yep.
Which was very good. Yeah, that I appreciate that they they didn't jump from $2,000 in past years to a $5,000 request.
Right.
I'd support continuing support at $2,000.
I would too.
There we go. Okay.
Sisters Opportunities for Unified Living is requesting $3,000. The funding will support Afternoons of Inspired Art, their program that provides art classes to the members of the intellectual and developmental disability community in Sisters. These funds would provide 1 year of monthly art classes for about 10 to 12 individuals and their support people.
What if we do 2,000?
That's the number I was
Okay.
thinking.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I mean, it's really it's a wonderful opportunity to have it on a monthly basis.
Yes.
So,
Great. See, we start to go down the same path sometimes.
The Sun River Music Festival is requesting $3,000. This would support the performances and educational workshops presented during their piano showcase weekend in April. This brings in 4 musicians and music educators for concerts and education opportunities for visitors of all ages. They project about 250 people attending each concert.
well, if they're bringing in people and all the travel costs have gone up, I'm okay with asking for 3,000.
I'd support 3,000.
Sounds like the right size. Okay.
The Sun River Stars Community Theater requests $3,500 to be put toward the royalty cost of scripts and music for the 2022 live theater shows, including The Odd Couple, Mamma Mia, and Oz. They expect to exceed their typical audience of about 50 to 100 people at each of their 10 performances.
How about $3,000? If
Three?
Yeah, if there's
Sure.
support for that. I mean, it has really hit its stride in the past, and, COVID really, but they were on a roll a couple years ago, really putting out some exciting shows, so.
If we want to come in under 40,000, I think we're doing okay.
We're close.
They were pretty creative during the shutdowns too. They did some cute virtual options.
Yeah.
All right, the Tower Theater is requesting $5,000. Funding will be used to support the Bend Acapella Festival, specifically to help cover potential lost income due to the projected decrease in attendance, which is just expected during this kind of transition year, as groups and ensembles may not be traveling as much right now. So their last festival sold 263 passes for participants, but they're anticipating about a 50% decrease this year.
And we just did give them $750 discretionary grant in second quarter.
And that may be for the Tower Theater Foundation, so this is for a specific event.
Right.
Those other arts and cultural grants in the past, was that for this specific event, do you think? I don't think so. I don't know that I've.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, so this is just one of the events, and they're asking for a specific number. What's the number?
For this event, 3,000?
I agree.
I mean, just kind of based on their sense of the scale of the number of people who would be coming in,
Yeah, it'll help.
good event, but
Well,
it's not bringing in
go
the
on
same
either
number
way.
of
we're
people as
not,
Benfield.
we're not too much over, are we?
Well,
Well,
we already set the expectation higher than 25,000 before we started.
I know we did. I'm just going, okay.
I'm not necessarily excited about making a huge investment in this last project. 'Cause,
Okay, well.
I mean, it's a Portland organization that is providing certain kinds of arts access opportunities that local organizations are already providing. I don't.
Yeah, so then.
Yeah, I'm not. I was
we're done.
a little bit puzzled about.
Well, we see that once in a while, and it's a good outreach ask, but yeah.
They do have a program manager from Central Oregon
That,
on their financials.
They said that, but I didn't
Where's
read it.
where's their picture?
Yeah, I didn't read anything about that person in their proposal.
And that's fine with me. That really helps, in fact, if we just leave that one off for now, because there's a lot of great.
Maybe the local people could come in and talk to us in the future. That would be good.
I have that feedback.
Okay.
Okay.
There we are. So we're at $38,500. 13,500.
Right.
How?
Out of the 420.
Well, yeah, a little bit more out of the.
Is that how the board was?
Has the 420 already taken the 25,000 out, do you know?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that way, it's over 400,000, so that's good.
Okay, everybody agrees upon that then?
Yes.
Thank you very much for being so prepared to get us through that.
Thank you, Laura.
Mr. Chairman, we have a request for a couple-minute break to open the
Oh,
wall
sure.
in the back so that the people that are in the other room have the opportunity to see the board meeting live.
Yeah, let's do that.
Are there
So,
people back there?
Yes.
Item number, yeah, so we're going to take a quick break and open up the room for item number 25 at this time.
Give me to give these.
We emailed the board, we emailed
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they got it.
I mean, they always appreciate a hard copy. You want me to hand them to them? Like, you want me to just hand them to them right now? I'll do it. Yeah.
We really don't even have the opportunity to go.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
So it's just a conversation.
What a fiasco.
What a
talk do they be?
I was in South Florida with them.
Yeah.
Oh! I was down there visiting family for a while.
Probably just doubled its value just last year. I know.
Here I am. It's like, this is just insane. I was, yes.
Then we'll have an executive session.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
They also emailed it, but he just wanted me to.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Copy.
did a bunch of them, but
Yeah.
not as many as I could get to. I didn't get home till after 7 last night. By the
Oh.
time I went to the ranch,
Yeah.
and I went to the 4-H thing.
All over the
It was
place.
so weird, when I went to the Veterans Ranch, it actually had me go to Redmond and then go home on 126.
Oh, gosh.
No, it was the fastest way.
Oh, it is?
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I came out on 61st and took a right.
Good.
So, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I know, it was just, okay. Is Christy here?
She should be, yeah. She's probably
Right.
I see Deborah in the back, so maybe Christie's.
Thanks for joining us.
You'll hear us.
I'd like to brainstorm with you.
I need 30 minutes of
Okay, nobody hear anything or?
your wisdom.
Yeah.
Track you down maybe today, but maybe tomorrow.
Just,
Don't know when I'll get out of here today.
yeah. No, I just.
I got a few fires I gotta put out when I get upstairs.
We've got some, and I know you're transitioning away, but we've got some opportunities for code compliance.
Oh, cool.
Where's
I'm still involved with it. I mean, John's primary, but
Yeah, but
I told him I'd stay involved.
I want to have a candid conversation, just you and me.
Okay. I'll track you
Just about-
down.
Just about some opportunities
All right.
and what I'm seeing and what we can do.
All right, sir. Look forward to it.
Before we came down, she was stayed up for a talk with her.
Oh, can you be here?
Oh, yeah, so this is.
Yeah, unless it's a public hearing. They have no right to be heard at a meeting, only at a hearing.
Well, yeah, so
They have a right, but it's a.
At a hearing, they have a right to be heard.
They have a right to be here.
At a meeting, they have no right to be
They have
heard.
no right to be heard.
Yeah, it's up to the chair.
He was just like.
But it's not prohibited.
It's not prohibited, no, but it's up to the chair. Yeah, the Oregon Public Meeting Law, they do not have a right to be heard at a meeting. They have a right to be heard at a hearing. This isn't a hearing.
Yep. Okay, I think we're ready to go here.
Recording in progress.
So this is today's agenda item number 25, zoning status of county-owned property consisting of 11.38 acres. I know that the community understands it's on Highway 20, a few miles out of town. And Eric, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. Last week at the board meeting, the commissioners asked that this item be scheduled for discussion among the commissioners. So the item has been posted on the board packet, the parcel has been identified, and just so the board knows who's here from the county, Christy Bollinger, of course, is here as property manager. Also, Community Development Director Peter Gutowski is here in case there are land use questions. And available via Zoom or online is Molly Wells-Darling and Colleen Thomas from Health Services. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
So, Christie, any comments about the parcel itself, just the facts from property point of view?
None initially.
Okay. And then Commissioner Dare, I think you kind of specifically said, let's talk about this parcel.
I know. And Christie, I called you, I think, early Monday morning. I said, it's if you, what is the parcel? What do you think it's worth? What's the assessed value of it?
So the assessed value, I don't think that that's really good determination. I'm still doing some research, Commissioner Adair, to figure out what the potential value is. So at this point in given time, I'm happy to follow up with the board to provide that information.
I know, because I don't know if you were with us at our morning meeting, but we actually do have something that looks like it should be going ahead in Redmond. Because of the Ninth Circuit Court ruling from Boise, we have homeless people everywhere in the county, and I so appreciate hearing from all of you, because it's when you feel the weight of Deschutes County, and and I know they start fires all the time, and do we want to make it unsafe for our residents? No, we don't. Heard from a lot of people. People are really wondering what is going on, what is it we can do a better job of. But hopefully what we worked on this morning is going to help some of those issues with the Ninth Circuit Court ruling. The Ninth Circuit Court ruling from Boise said you can't ask anybody to move out, and everyone, I'm sure, is very, can you hear me okay? I'll take my mask off. Is that okay?
Or maybe just.
You can move the mic closer to you.
Okay.
With the Ninth Circuit Court ruling, you can't ask anyone to move unless you have a place for them to move to. And you realize we have a couple hundred people in China Hat. We have people on East Antler. We've got people on the BLM in La Pine. We have people in the forest in Sisters, about 111 there. We have people everywhere in the county. And I know I really worry about fires, and thank goodness we're getting our snow today, and hopefully we'll have a really good winter as far as moisture goes. But we've made it through the last couple of years, but the homeless have definitely started fires. And so what is it we can do in order to make it safe for the 198,000 people that live here? Just trying to find a spot, but I'm really hoping. We were pretty successful this morning in working on property that is in Deschutes County, but we just need a spot where people can actually get more services, but be handy, but get them out of some of our really, really vulnerable areas.
Do you have any comments? So this is a conversation between the board at this time. It's not a public hearing. I know there's a lot of community engagement, but let us get through this a little bit. And he's asking for clear loudness again.
I just by way of introductory comments, I would say I'm really glad we did not proceed further with exploring this location without hearing from some of the neighbors. Many of whom. Sorry. How's that? Better? So I'm really glad we didn't proceed further with exploring this location without hearing from some of the neighbors first. I have a lot of concerns about this location, but my fellow commissioners did want to explore it. And so I asked that we do a survey of the neighbors prior to investing a lot more energy, time, resources into kind of developing out this idea. We've learned from locations across the county that have been proposed as, authorized encampments, kind of tiny shelter villages, et cetera, that if you get far down the road with planning a site first and then ask the neighbors later, you're going to run into a lot of problems. So it's a good thing for us to check with people first on a location. I think the board has watched a number of these proposals come by, and we've had a lot of criticisms of a lot of the locations. But being the first ones to put out an idea in this location, in this instance, for this location, I think hopefully is allowing us to better appreciate how hard it is for some of the entities who have been working their butts off to try to find viable locations for these kinds of facilities that we need to take care of people. I would just want to. I would also just say that for me, my first choice is not to. The first place I want to direct a homeless person to is not to an authorized encampment or an RV village or an RV park or something like that. My first choice is to do what the county has been doing. We've invested in high barrier shelters like the Bethlehem Inn. We've invested in other facilities like the Veterans Village. We have opportunities to support hotel conversions here in the city of Bend. Each one of these facilities, if you can find 87 beds at the Bethlehem Inn in Redmond when that gets built out, those are 87 beds with an average stay of maybe 6 weeks. And when the person comes out the other end of being in that stable, supported a facility for a little while, they are very often able to get to permanent housing, a job, other stability in their life. So those are the kinds of facilities we really need. And the challenge is that we don't have enough of them. That we don't have enough beds in those locations yet. And we should continue to do everything we can to develop those. And so where the idea of a managed camp does fit is as, for lack of a better word, overflow for a short period of time until we can get those people into a place where they have a roof over their heads and a little bit of support to stabilize their lives and get back on track so they can be contributing members of our community. So that's kind of the bigger picture. But to go back to this location, there are. I have a lot of concerns about this location, and personally, I believe that it is too far away from services and resources to effectively serve the people who we're trying to get back on their feet and stabilize their lives.
So, a couple comments here. So, if you pull up our land use system and you look for publicly owned land down Highway 20, a few miles out of town, this is what came up. So that's how we got to this parcel. Obviously, we're in a situation where probably we're talking about this figuratively instead of literally. That's my conclusion. Would we literally put a facility on this parcel of land? I don't think so. So I'm just letting you know that's where we're at. And it's interesting, the last few days, we put this on an agenda item, and we started, seeing the emails and the phone calls. And I thank you so much for getting engaged, because we're all in this spot. We have unmanaged, dispersed camping on the public lands and in communities right now, and we're all thinking that if we just work a little bit harder, somebody else is going to do something about it. But there's a backstop opportunity here, which is kind of the literal, what are we going to do? Are we going to say you can't be here, but you can be there? It's a concept. We now got to get to this point. There's a lot of effort going on, and sometimes you hear about, well, we're going to, start this effort. We're going to do some outreach. We're going to provide these services. But that's helping a very small subset of people very specifically, but it's not asking to change the problem. So, this is a tight spot to be in. So just acknowledging it as a community, we do need to work together in some fashion. And, I do support that, the future is going to be bright. There's jobs available. There's housing costs are the hard part right now, getting somebody into housing. So then solutions. I do think we need to look at just market rate available campgrounds, privately owned, privately operated campgrounds. And when it gets down to that, we don't have the opportunity. State land use says it's either resource land or or residential. Resource land is locked down hard, which is fine. That's what we have in the state of Oregon is resource land, farm or forest. But we probably need to find some campground opportunities. In Deschutes County, we haven't added campground spaces. It just doesn't happen. We could do it on federal land. You know, we have Forest Service and BLM land too. I've talked to some people about that. They're hesitant to risk capital to open up a campground because of the world we're in. I mean, is there any return on that? So then, as I say, if we had a market rate campground, a location where somebody can be, you can be here for $30 a night or whatever the number is going to be. You know, maybe we allow it to be longer than 30 days. So that's another requirement that we put on ourselves. And if somebody wants to help somebody, you can sponsor a homeless person or whatever the terminology is. You can sponsor somebody in one of those camp spots. So there's an avenue through that private campground opportunity. We've talked recently, so this is talking to my other commissioners, transient room tax, we could invest it in campgrounds, put an incentive out there. Talk to the Forest Service, the BLM, they're like, well, yeah, if somebody came to us and had an idea, they could authorize a new campground on federal land, just like we have the lake resorts and some of the different things around here. Some private property, there's opportunities, but it may not be the true commercial market opportunity. So I'm just saying, there's a whole bunch of incentive opportunities that we could do.
If I could clarify something. So I went back, as we were discussing this, I went back and took a more careful look at the memo that Peter and his team prepared for us some months back on RV parks, campgrounds, mobile home parks. And one thing I want to emphasize is that an RV park is currently not an allowed use within EFU, but a campground is a conditionally approvable use in EFU land. So if we were just talking about a campground, and by the way, campgrounds can include RV sites. So, what's the difference between an RV park and a campground? I think we need a little bit of clarification on that from the state. But if with a piece of EFU zone land, we are currently allowed to build a campground, we're allowed to have RV sites in that spot, then really, if what we are talking about is a campground for tourist visitors, where people would, under state law, people are allowed to stay 30 out of 60 consecutive days. There's actually no land use constraint that is preventing us from doing something like that on these 11 acres. And when this 11-acre proposal was brought up, that was sort of, I think that was one of the main ideas behind exploring this proposal. We want to push the limits of the land use system to explore whether we could get the state to give us flexibility that we don't have. But if we are really talking about just a basic commercial campground with some RV sites, I don't think that there's actually a state land use constraint on that.
Can I mention, I did talk to Dave Nattori this weekend. He runs Shepherd's House, and he's currently trying to double his number he has a women and children's part, which has up to capacity of 9, only 9, and he wants to get that up to 20, and then for the men, he wants to get that up to 60. But we have some really amazing, wonderful programs in Deschutes County, but when you hear the numbers of, 20, that's only 80 people. The motel that we just funded, $900,000, will hold 88 people in Redmond. But we probably have, or we did have before it started snowing, about 1,500 people in Deschutes County that were homeless. So you can tell that truly we have a huge issue of how many homeless people are here. And everybody sees it. You hear the Hunnell Road stories. And thank you for those people that suggested about the KOA campground. We'd actually worked on that months ago. And as I asked somebody, I said, do you know any of the Walton family? Because the people we were talking to didn't really have the authorization to negotiate with us over the KOA campground. So it's really, it's a big issue here in Deschutes County. Hunnell, went from 35 last January. It was 85 Memorial Day, because I had someone count it. I drove down it, and then it's, at 111. And everyone sees what's happened there, and they're like, no, we don't want that next to us. Nobody wants that next to us. And truly, it's really just a blessing that we have our Veterans Village open now. That's 15 homeless veterans that just started moving in the last couple weeks. And, with their surrounding services, I really have great hopes for that, and maybe perhaps we can do some more Veterans Villages here. But that program is very hands-on. It's very, it's remarkably successful. We're modeling after Clackamas County. So I know you guys all know what the problems are, because when you drive to Bend, you saw them on all the corners, and then ODOT came in and moved quite a few of them, but then you have to question, where did they go? And the weather, it was 29 below in the January of 2014. It was a new record in Sisters. And if we have that kind of weather, I think it's really hard to survive outside. But then again, I've been told by some people, that they are so capable, and yet 29 below is incredibly cold, and more people actually die because of the cold than the heat.
So as I say, this is an agenda item. This is for the Board of Commissioners. We're going back and forth with our comments here. Would there be an action on this 11.38 acres to move something forward or not? As I say, we put it on the agenda, and we sure got people engaged.
I just think we should look at the value, and it is farmland, and maybe we should sell it as a county. We need to have an investment of, $367,000 on a different project. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's a possibility
Okay, well,
at
so
some
that's
point in time.
Yeah, so if it's that's an idea. If it's an asset property of the county, maybe it just became for sale because of this discussion.
Well, I don't know.
And it could be utilized for other purposes. The revenue could be utilized for other purposes.
We have other projects that we need funding for, so.
Yeah. And then, as I say, finishing, campground opportunities, maybe that is it. As I say, a market rate campground. If somebody is struggling and doesn't have housing, but they are offered a camp spot that's paid, that helps. And that's kind of what we need here, is that backstop location for somebody to be, so then we can ask somebody not to be sleeping under the no camping sign. As I say, it is tricky using any words around this topic, and I'll acknowledge that now. When I say anything, in fact, we saw it, last couple days, we saw the input on this topic get more and more passionate, but it's what ends up in our minds about what those people are going to do in that parcel, and we just got to really be careful about this. We want to help people get stabilized, move forward, and live a comfortable, meaningful life. I'm just trying to kind of wheel it back in about what we're talking about here too.
On the subject of campgrounds, I really do think that the 500-plus acre property we own just a mile north of Bend on 90 along 97 is a better place to think about building a campground or a tourism use campground than this 11 acres. And whether that facility could play any role in providing temporary shelter for people who are experiencing homelessness or not, I don't know. But having a campground with a park amenity connected to it, hundreds of acres with some, nice views of the Three Sisters and some trails out there, I think is a way more attractive campground to stay at than, an 11-acre chunk, 5 miles out the east side of Bend.
Well, and, we've crossed this topic a few times. When we say campground, I think there's a lot of common ground in that. Maybe there is an opportunity.
Everybody back here is having a really tough time hearing.
maybe there's a great opportunity for bringing campgrounds as just that flexible land use, temporary living, a place for people. A couple of versions of it here. As I say, we maybe forgot that, and so then this is another question of the community. Maybe we don't want that. So we've got this state land use system, puts people in cities, keeps the rural. And to put campgrounds somewhere means there's going to be more people in the rural. So we've got to think about that as a community also. But there's a lot of van life people, camp trailer opportunities, people down China Hat Road on the east side of Redmond that are in their campers, calling it their primary residence right now too. So, yeah, I'm just saying maybe there's some work to be done in that area that could be real good common ground for all of us.
Yeah, well, I'd agree, and I think if you want a campground to be used for anything besides, visiting tourists, the real thing, the real piece of state land use that we'd want to explore is that 30 days within a 60-day consecutive period limitation. I don't think we need to blow up the state land use system to get EFU designation removed from a place that we want to use as a potential outdoor homeless shelter, which is kind of one of the directions that it felt like this concept for the 11-acre property was going when it was originally raised. So the idea of asking the state for a little bit of flexibility on duration of stay in a campground is a lot different than trying to come up with a mechanism to strip land of its zoning to have an outdoor homeless shelter.
So one question, if Deschutes County was to take a parcel, resource land, farmland, and say we'd like to go through our own land use process for conditional use for a campground, what does that look like? I mean, what does step 1, 2, 3 of that look like? Because we have had a campground application north of Bend recently, and the community members around that parcel, they got very engaged, and there was a lot of questioning and some opposition on that, and it was finally approved. But it's a pretty narrow path for some of these applications.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. If the zone allows campgrounds, then it's, under our current code, it's a conditional use and a site plan. The conditional use has compatibility criteria to address that intensity of use where you're having frequent visitors. There's, of course, expected, I'm not calling it activity, but there's people that typically in the summer and the warmer seasons are outside, so there can be noise limitations when you get into the after hours. So, the requisite requirements are looking at traffic. A big issue is because state law requires bathrooms and cleaning facilities, you're going to be looking at a very expensive septic on-site wastewater treatment system. It's likely going to be something that's going to be regulated under the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, because the use and intensity is much higher, of course, than what we would typically see with a single-family dwelling. So those are, the land use entitlement piece is a role. The campground application or the campground approval that was just finalized earlier this year was a contentious application. It went to a hearings officer, went to the Board of County Commissioners, and so that can be an expense. And then if you can get the entitlement, you're really leaning on, can the site accommodate the type of intensity of users with an on-site wastewater treatment system. There's transportation system development charges. So you start adding that on, and then what you can typically apply for, what one would, in a pro forma, would expect to charge for a campground, the upfront costs are significant, the payback is not immediate. And
farmland or non-high value farmland, and I don't know if community development's looked at that or not. I was just starting to look at the map, and there's certainly some irrigated farmland in that area. And so we haven't even done the soils analysis, so that's a go, no-go right out of the gate. So the property wouldn't even be eligible for a campground if it's not the right soils.
Yeah, and I was just asking, responding to the question just based on what are we looking at if a property is allowed for a campground?
Yeah.
Not, for the 11-acre property, there can be some additional limitations if it's being put to farm use or can demonstrate it has high-value soils. So there's a lot to consider, when you're looking at investing in a property and that payback and return, assuming you can get through that entitlement phase.
Well, so for this agenda item, is there anything else? I mean, at this point, are we going to proceed with this? I'm not really supportive of it. I'm just
No.
acknowledging, yeah.
I'm not supportive either.
Yeah, so
I would like to know the value of it. So if Christie can follow through with that, I think we might be able to, does the county need 11 acres that are EFU? It doesn't really fit. Maybe we can use those funds to help with our other program that we're working on.
Okay, well, and then
We do have a problem, and it's truly, it's a dilemma. It's very complicated, and we are responsible.
I would love to see us take some of the energy that was invested into this, exploring this idea, and direct it towards other more viable locations and supporting people, in a partnership way, supporting other entities that are already in the process of exploring these things and trying to make other sites work. One thing that we haven't even talked about with this site or any other site where the county proposes to be the lead on is finding someone to operate it. Having a piece of land is one thing, but designing, operating, designing, building, and operating a homeless service location is a big deal. And if my colleagues were interested in continuing to explore this site, my next suggestion was going to be, let's put out a request for proposals to see if there's anyone who would be interested in making and operating something out here, which I am pretty skeptical we would find anyone who was interested in. So I guess again, what I'd like to see is for us to take our energy, take our resources, and redirect those into supporting people who have much better formulated ideas for doing something like this, and giving them a little bit of help.
I thought that's what we did this morning.
Yeah.
Yes, we actually supported the study from the Rug Group over our property that we have off of 126. So
we have
that was a little bit of help, yeah, and we'll see whether when they need help with the next phase, whether the county wants to be there or not.
well, we have truly been there. We came up with the 900,000 for Redmond for 88 people, and I feel like we clearly, it was good to hear from the Rogue people, and I'm glad they were a part of our discussion this morning. So I feel like we're making some progress.
Well, and I would like to, just a simple outreach to the community. I mean, if somebody wants to, try to get on top of this, let's all work together. But also, I mean, are we really just adding more services and not asking someone to leave the dispersed camping in the federal area? Because as I say, federal officers, state police officers, they can make relationships in the woods, but nobody's asking anybody to go anywhere. Side of the road is the same situation. And I mean, I'm not judging, I'm just saying these are the facts. We've got growing 60 to 80 to 100 people setting up at Hunnell Road, and they have nowhere to go. So this is a tricky one. Let's work on it together. This is a Central Oregon issue. As I say, I don't know that Crook County would agree with that as much, but I mean, it's here. It's within a bus ride of all of our communities at least. So, yeah, let's all work together on it.
Hunnell is
I don't have
actually
any-
111.
111.
It was 85 last May.
Yeah, okay.
So it's, the numbers have gone up, and you see.
And it's winter time, yeah.
Yeah, what's happening with, to that community that is by it.
So, I want to thank everybody for the input on this. I know it already got down to the legal ability of what's the zone, and we were talking about the class soils and everything, and we're not at that point, obviously, for this parcel, but the discussion may need to happen somewhere outside of the cities, and let's work together on this instead of starting to, I don't know what, it's a community issue. So I don't have anything else to say on this at this point.
I also wanted to thank everyone for all of their input. I think it's very educational for the board to read about people's concerns and about their key points on the need for facilities like these, where they should be, what makes a good site. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, so this is the end of that item. Let's maybe take another 5 or 10 minute break, because I'd love to say hi to some folks. I know there's maybe some requests to speak here today, but this is not a public hearing on the matter. So how about we take a 10-minute break? We got other items and then an executive session today also.
I do believe that you have the discretion to let people do public comment right now, even though this is not a hearing. It's not against the law.
That's correct.
A public meeting law to do that. So, if we want to have some discussion with people, I think it would be great to do that as a group, as opposed to, just getting to speak to one or two people for 10 minutes. We could hear from some of the folks who are here today.
Commissioner Dare, do you want to make this a interactive session? And I'm not interested in that. I want to communicate, but I don't want to do it at the board meeting at this time.
Well, I know somebody's got their hand up.
Yeah.
I
want to go talk to him, but I'm just thinking on the mic and the live. Yeah.
And I want to go talk to him too, and if the three of us go to talk to one person, then we are violating public meeting laws.
We'll all talk to a different person.
Let's take a 10-minute break and come back. We're going to, other items and an executive session also today. Thank you very much.
Test. Test.
I'll ask, wiring with them, you know,
Okay, I'm going to turn the mics back on and get back to our board meeting here. There's been a great community conversation in the room. Two commissioners didn't talk to any one person at the same time, so I don't think we had an illegal meeting, but lots of good conversation about this. And we're going to get to other items, and we do have an executive session today. So thank you, everybody, much for joining us
Progress.
today. Couple things, other items at this time. So yesterday, Dr. Ivory Lyles was here yesterday, OSU Extension Director, so that's the statewide director for OSU. Vice Provost, ooh. And so we all three of the commissioners ended up being in the room together. He even acknowledged it. He said, oh, we can't have this in where I come from. I said, well, we're just in the room. We're not doing business of the county. But that was a nice reception for Dr. Ivory Lyles last night. Also, Terrebonne open house this evening. I don't know that I'm going to be able to make it. I was thinking I was going to, but that's going to be.
Chris Doty told me to drive really slowly if I go.
Looks like it's just wet roads right now.
I'll see
Yeah.
what the roads are like.
When it was scheduled earlier, I was going to be able to make it tonight. I have parenting duties, so.
Yeah, so it's a
Not gonna-
shame because I'm going to go to another event and then not get up there. But that's.
Is right in the middle of this around putting forward a landscape scale fuels reduction proposal for SB 762 funding. So there's a couple of landscapes that have been identified within the county. One in the Sisters Waichus area, and one more in the Sun River vicinity. And I'm going to be learning more about that soon, but those applications are due in the next couple weeks, and this is a chance for our community to land a chunk of this $20 million fund.
Great. Okay, anything else? Any other item, Nick?